sure. But you know, they're part of the family. You want, I sometimes feel guilty when we're away from them for a while. But coming up on Fox 35 News Plus today, we are hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis right now in Jacksonville. We also expect to hear from President Trump shortly as he swears in the new Fed chair. That and a whole lot more going on today on Fox 35 News Plus. We hope you join us.
All right.
Garrett, thank you.
You're out of time. You only had 30 seconds. Give me the sign.
This is high tech. I like this. This is good.
Oh, 5 seconds. Never mind.
Man.
We're out of time. See you.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus on this Friday. Governor Ron DeSantis just signed some legislation just a moment ago. Now taking questions from reporters as he speaks live right now in Jacksonville. Let's go ahead and listen in.
To do this and do it well. And there are honestly, I have people tell me, you can't take the snapper in under the federal rules, but you got to get through all the snapper to find the other fish because you catch so many snapper. So that's just, this is what people hate about bureaucracies and what people hate, honestly, about some of these judges, what they do to just try to always throw sand in the gears, even when we already have had a delegation of authority under the law. So clearly that's something that you could be done. And who brought the charge were the commercial fishermen. They don't want recreational anglers to be able to go out and fish. They want it all for themselves. I don't think that's, first of all, economically, that's not good. This is a massive potential positive for Northeast Florida and other parts of the East Coast of Florida, but particularly Northeast Florida. People do vacations around this, and we've had something that's been in place. And so FWC, for those who are planned to go Memorial Day, they're going to say do your state waters and do what you got to do within the context of the overall rules. But we're not going to be out in federal waters policing this. That's not our role, given that we've had the delegation. So I think it was a bad decision. So if they put it in the tax package, I'll happily sign it. I think I was asked about this when fuel, and it's high. I mean, like, I just saw $4.50. That's high. Like, let's just be clear, that hurts because people need to pay for fuel to get to work and to pick up their kids and to do the normal things that they do. So it's not like, if like fine dining doubled, you could just not do fine dining for a while and you could wait it out, right? You can't do it with fuel. It's an expense that is there, and as the cost goes up. So I think it's tough. So I'm happy to sign it, but I'd also say when we did that last time, I think the legislature was less than impressed on the results. And quite frankly, we weren't as happy because what happened was the tax would go down, but then the gas stations largely raised the price. So the analysis that was done after that said the consumer, if you take the total amount of tax cut, that it was about 17% that actually went into consumer pocket, and the rest was effectively just subsidizing the gas stations. And so that's kind of the problem with it. But I'm happy to sign it. Now, if you really want to make a difference for people on affordability, I think there's two things that we can do. One of them we've been talking about, there'll be a vote property tax. That's important, and we'll go in more of that at the appropriate time. The other thing you could do is something we also did was we did basically a 50% reduction in our commuter tolls. So you would go through with your pass, and look, Jacksonville isn't as bad as Orlando and Miami on tolls. But I know those folks really appreciate it. But then they would just get a rebate every month, 50% off whatever their Sun Pass is charging. And that saved people, a couple $100. So I think we just need to think creative about doing it. Like I said, if they put that gas tax holiday in, I'll happily sign it. But I don't want to promise people that if you do that somehow you're going to see a huge change for the positive in the price. I don't think that that's the experience. And I also am just mindful of what are the projections given what's going on in the global supply of oil for fuel prices over the summer? And unfortunately, if you look at the analysis, a lot of people think that they still have a lot of places to go up. And that will really be, I think, a big problem for a lot of people. So, but I do think on things that we do, whether it's the property, which would need to be through the constitutional on a ballot initiative, or on the tolls, now that is savings, right? Because you go through, you were getting charged $40 or $50 a month, and now you're getting charged $20 or $25 a month. So that's a savings for sure. On the gas stuff, my fear is that if that these guys raise the price and maybe you get like 5 cents off when you should be getting 25 cents off each gallon. So that's just been the experience of it. Well, so Miami Beach has put out a release that they're the #1 destination now for tourists, and they're bragging about their room rates being high. They view that as a sign of success because the demand is so high that they're able to raise the rate. So I think what happens on that, I think that's market driven. I think if they're charging too much and then it does cause less traffic, then they'll end up being in a situation where they're lower rates. So that's always a thing. And you're even seeing the theme parks offer some deals. You know, from COVID on, they were not offering a single deal. They didn't need to. They just had so many folks. Now I think Americans over the last, however many, years, I think that they're starting to pull back on some things. So I think these theme parks are responding to that by offering, there's now Florida resident things again. They weren't even doing that for a while because they had so many people that were going. Now, on overall just rates of other things, rent has been going down in Florida for apartments for people. And that's important. We had a huge surge in it nationwide, not just in Florida, but in Florida. We had some places that got high very quickly, especially during COVID. Everyone wanted to be here. And we passed legislation that kind of allowed in some of these commercial areas that could be mixed use and maybe incentivize more supply. So supply has grown in Florida for those types of things, and the rents have gone down. It's down in Jacksonville double digits. It's down in Southwest Florida 20% in some of the Southwest Florida markets. It's down in Orlando. That is, I think, a function of increased supply. And then also just, we're kind of in a post-COVID environment. During COVID, for those 2 or 3 years, I mean, we were just the place people were going to escape to. So I think that's that. I mean, that's obviously more for residents, but also for people that may want to, take jobs here, whatever. That's a good thing to do. And that you don't hear as much about it when it goes down as you do when it goes up, because when it goes up, people like to talk, the media will talk. When it goes down, you just don't hear, but they have gone down, and that's a good thing. Well, here's the thing. I knew this for a long time. I've always been in favor of this because think about it. What you're basically letting is if you've got a program and you have boosters and they want to help, you can make it much more attractive and much more viable for a coach to be able to do it. And there's a lot of time that goes into it, especially even compared to some of if you're a PE teacher versus coach, you're probably putting way more time into the coaching. It's all consuming, especially when you talk about a head football coach or some of these others. So, and then I just know in Georgia, some of these coaches, it's a big deal to be a high school football coach there. Even financially, they do very well. And so if you have good programs, and you've got boosters and parents that want to be involved in helping recruit someone good, why would we prevent that? Why would that be something that would be a problem? So I just never understood the hostility to doing that, and I'm glad we were able to get it across the finish line here. You look at this, this NIL and then the college. And I think we're actually going to see, I think we are going to see a reform on that. I'm on the president did an NIL commission that he chairs, and I, along with Randy Levine from the New York Yankees, are the vice chairman of that committee. And we've got a lot of people on it. We've got people, we have Charlie Ward, we've got Tebow, we've got Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, a lot of people involved in the business side of sports, the conference commissioners. We've got other folks in the NCAA. We got really, it runs the game, athletic directors, university presidents, and basically the way it's going now doesn't work for the viability of college athletics writ large. And the reason is just the economics change. It used to be, you go to like an SEC school like Alabama, football program when Saban was there, they probably spent $30 million and brought in $90 million, right? Well, that $60 million is used effectively to fund the rest, not all of it, but enough of it to fund the rest of the athletic program. So track loses money. They have a viable track. Soccer, golf, basketball may make some money, not close to football. Some of these SEC schools can make a little bit in baseball, but again, not a lot. So now what's happened is the cost of running football has ballooned because of NIL. You have these collectives, and basically an athlete can transfer when they want. So they go in and say, hey, I just threw for 300 yards. I need more money. No, you don't have more money? Okay, well then I'm going to transfer. And then you transfer. And then you don't even lose eligibility. And it's like, so they, in some respects, you have maybe 25 to 30 college football players, they have more freedom and rights than a pro athlete would have. But what that's done is it's put a lot of pressure on the viability of our Olympic sports. Arkansas just got rid of tennis. You see some of these things, and my view is yes, college football is a big business. I think athletes whose name, image, and likeness are used have a right to be compensated. But that's different than just pay to play, where these folks are just giving money almost on an ad hoc basis. If someone wants to hire you to film a commercial, go do it. You shouldn't be limited on that. But it shouldn't be coming from these collectives. And so it's created a lot of problems there. But all these different sports, Olympic sports, every 4 years, people get really excited about. But even short of that, even people that aren't going to play professional basketball or baseball or tennis or be a PGA Tour golfer, those students going through those programs, those are going to be leaders in their communities, their states, and even in our country going forward. Athletics teaches you the value of discipline. It teaches you about hard work. It teaches you about failing and overcoming failure and perseverance. I mean, depends on the sport, but it's like, I was a baseball player. You fail 7 out of 10 times, they put you in the Hall of Fame. It's just it's a sport that's built for failure, and you got to learn to cope with that, and you're not going to get a hit every time at bat. So I think that, for our country's perspective, the role that college athletics, but particularly Division I athletics play, I think it's a very important role. I think it's something that really makes a difference. And, I look at people that I've played with over the years or against. I mean, a lot of these folks have been very successful. They've done well. Some of them have done well in the sports, but others have done well even outside of that. And I think part of the athletics is a big reason why. And the same, but the good news on all that is I do think you're seeing a lot of work legislatively up in Washington. Our committee is basically just supporting those efforts. We're not in there, haranguing any of the senators. I mean, they can do their job, but I do think they're going to produce a product pretty soon, maybe within the next month, that has a very high likelihood of actually getting signed into law by the president. And that would take effect in time for this season. I think it would help stabilize some of the finances. And I think it would make sure that we have opportunities for all these athletes in these sports that may not draw the revenue that football does, but still have a lot of value, particularly in the development of the young people. But I think the same is true for the high school level and being able to, it's interesting. I'm a Navy guy. I didn't go to Naval Academy, but I was on the board of the Naval Academy at one time. And you got to play sports at our service academies. And you think about it, it's like they're training military officers. What would they, if sports wasn't valuable, why would they wouldn't waste time on doing that. They would make sure they're doing it, but yet you go in and you play sports. And the reason why you do it is because they're not just trying to produce military tacticians, although they are doing that. I mean, people that end up going into aviation, people that end up going into special forces, submarines, whatever, U.S. Marine Corps, all these things, infantry, it's important. And there are things that you need to learn the tools of the trade. But what they're doing more than that, they're producing leaders. These are the folks that are going to be leading the military and the officer corps, and having that experience as a student athlete is something that they consider to be, and I agree. I think it's very, very valuable. So that's all we're doing here today, and I think it's meaningful. Okay, one more. In the state waters, we're doing, I think just check with FWC because they're kind of working through, but I think you can still do 2. Whatever the days were, we want to make sure that that's facilitated in state waters. And as I said, we're not going to be involved in policing the federal waters. That's not what the federal government wanted. They wanted us to be able to do this and do the delegation. I know this judge, but we're going to basically focus on ensuring folks are able to get out and do stuff in state waters. And so I appreciate FWC for being creative, but we want to do everything, any tool we have, we want people to be, I mean, think about it. How disrespectful is it to rule when people have already made plans to come down and to do this? And look, a lot of it's local, but there's a lot of people that may have been the determining factor in them doing Memorial Day weekend on the east coast of Florida. But maybe they would have gone somewhere else. I just think it's really disrespectful to try to pull the rug out from under them, especially given there's so many fish in the sea. It's amazing how many of these fish are there. I mean, I'm telling, if I honestly thought we were going to run out and the red snapper would be eradicated, I would not be gung-ho about doing it. But I know it's not true. And I've known this for years. We've been pushing for this. We obviously got nowhere under Biden. And so we've been pushing for years. But even before I was governor, I was a U.S. congressman on the east coast of Florida, south of here. And, I talked to these guys and they'd say, there's nothing but fish out there. There's all there. Can you talk to the NOAA? Can you talk to these different groups and I'm like, yeah, you're right. And then every single piece of anecdotal evidence I've ever got is their fish are everywhere. And it's the same thing. And we use more than anecdotal for the Gulf. We did use our own data, but we did it, I think, in a way that was much more accurate. And if anything, I think we underestimated the population, the strength and the vitality of the population. And I have no doubt that's what's happening in the Atlantic. So we got to get this done. We got to get to where the president and the Commerce Secretary and our administration want us to be, which is we're going to manage it. We're going to do a dramatic expansion. And ultimately, the recreational anglers, not just in Florida, but beyond, are going to benefit. Thanks, everybody.
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Jacksonville, wrapping up a news conference where he signed some legislation and also took some questions. One news item from Governor DeSantis taking questions at the end there. He did say that if lawmakers sent him or included in the budget a temporary suspension of the gas tax, he would sign it. He has said before, as he said today, that he believes that doesn't necessarily pass on cost savings to those of us who are filling up our cars at the pump. But he did say that if that were included in the legislation, he would sign that. So that one item of note this morning. Well, I want to let you know we are standing by waiting for the swearing in of the new Fed chair. President Trump going to be hosting a ceremony in the East Room of the White House. That is expected to begin shortly. Kevin Warsh, Florida resident, going to be the new chairman of the Federal Reserve. So we'll get you to that ceremony when it begins. Right now, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now, and just a lot of eyes on the forecast, obviously, as we head into a holiday weekend.
Totally, yeah. We are going to be expecting some hit and miss showers and storms today. Unfortunately, had to bump up our chances of rain and storms for tomorrow. So as we look ahead towards the rest of today, we're going to be expecting about at most a 30% chance of rain. Though when it rains, it will be kind of heavy. We'll see a forecast very similar to yesterday, although I don't think it's going to be quite as widespread and as heavy as what we saw yesterday. So that's the good news there. We'll take you through future clouds and radar to show you how things are going to pan out for us. We've already had a stray shower or two near the coast this morning, Brevard County to southern Volusia County. These will drift inland, kind of fizzling out a little bit as they do so. But once we start to see the heating of the day, so the hottest temperatures, the highs today that are going to be, by the way, well into the low 90s, that's when we really start to see things bubble up more so. So by 5 and 6 o'clock, we'll continue to see these showers, a couple of thunderstorms drift inland, bubbling up as they do so. So more of them being sparked by the peak heating of the day. And then as we look ahead towards about, say, 8 o'clock, right around sunset, we'll see a little bit of a blossoming of those showers and storms with the interaction of the east and west coast sea breeze before eventually kind of fizzling out overnight. So certainly plenty of dry time today. That being said, tomorrow, there's going to be, yes, dry time, but heavier rain, more of us seeing the rain tomorrow. 50% chance. So still, first half of the day, I will say it still looks pretty good out there. Lots of dry time, sunshine, but we will see showers and storms after the noon hour begin to bubble up. I'll take you through future clouds and radar here, too, in just a moment, but we'll see lower chances Sunday into Monday. Much more few and far between. Still hot. Still staying on the more humid side. Tomorrow, too, we'll have a little more moisture to work with. And then we'll also have an upper level area of energy, you could say, that's going to help to spark more of these showers and storms. Still, though, there's going to be dry time tomorrow. So I don't want everyone to cancel their plans, especially near the coast. That's where I think at the beaches, we're going to probably see the best chances of more of the dry time. So tomorrow around 3 o'clock near I-75, we'll begin to see some of those showers and storms bubbling up. And then we'll continue to see them growing scattered, very sporadic until towards about sunset, just before about, say, 8, 9 o'clock. We'll start to see more of this almost, you can see kind of up and down, almost like these lines of clusters of showers and storms. That's how you know it's associated a lot of times with the sea breeze. And we'll see those really fire off and bubble up by 8 and 9 o'clock. Continuing to blossom through about 10, 11 p.m., and then they'll taper off pretty quickly and fade overnight before we see another round for Sunday afternoon. Again, you'll notice not nearly as much red and oranges for Sunday or Monday. Same time frame, though, bubbling up around, say, noon or 1 o'clock, and then they will eventually blossom from there, fizzle out, say, by midnight, roughly speaking, just about each and every day. But Monday, honestly, looks like it might be the driest day of the next several, at least when it comes to the moisture, but still kept us at a 30% chance just because there's been a little bit of inconsistency with the data, but kept us at a 30% chance. I would not cancel plans. Just make sure you have a shelter that's going to be safe, not only to keep you dry, but from the lightning more importantly, because if you hear the rumbles of thunder, you're within the striking distance, technically speaking. So that can be up to 10 miles away from the parent thunderstorm. But regardless, the next several days, highs near 90, and we're going to be expecting these daily downpours. We're now starting to see us ease into that summer-like pattern of daily rounds of showers and storms. So I don't want to say get used to it, because I don't think we ever really get used to the humidity, but we're starting to see it go up now over, these next couple of weeks, especially. I think by the start of June, the first week or two, we'll really start to feel those humidity levels go up.
I think we already have been feeling it.
I know. I tried cutting my grass the other day. Holy cow. I had to break it up into 2 days between doing the front yard and the backyard, because I was like, oh no, I'm going to die. I was red as a tomato. It was not fun. So I feel you.
It's that time of year.
Yep.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. And let's give you a live look right now at Epic Universe. You see Stardust Racers rolling right along on this Friday morning. Celestial Park, the kind of main hub of that theme park. Today marks 1 year since Epic Universe opened. Hard to believe. Whoop, looks like somebody might be moving our camera. I'll have to move that back. But today marks 1 year since we saw that open, and what a year it has been at that park. Want to let you know that we have a special for you coming up at 3 o'clock here on Fox Local that you'll be able to watch that looks at several different elements of Epic Universe, including speaking with officials with Epic, or with Universal, talking about how they built that world-class park in a short amount of time. How they also talking with a safety expert, talking about ride safety, the complexity of some of those coasters, looking at the economic effect of it as well, the numbers, the tourist effect, what all this means for the future of Orange County, and then also looking at what lies beyond the portals, what could be coming up next, future expansions, looking at some of those things. So Fox 35's Reina Nieva is hosting that special coming up at 3 o'clock. You'll be able to watch that. We will also have for you throughout the day. We'll check in on some of those elements, and you'll hear from a little bit of what we have learned as we look back on the first year of Epic Universe. So quite a thing for them to celebrate. You may see on social media, if you follow some of those pages and groups, a lot of anniversary merchandise that's now available, and just a lot of ways to celebrate that. And it looks like folks are celebrating out at the park there on this Friday. Well, we are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at the White House in what looks like a rainy and dreary Friday morning, 11:30 on this Friday. We are standing by waiting for this swearing-in ceremony where Kevin Warsh, a Florida resident, going to be sworn in as the new chairman of the Federal Reserve. He is 56 years old and among the youngest Federal Reserve chairs in U.S. history. This comes after quite a bit of criticism of the current Fed chair from President Trump. The current Fed chair is Jerome Powell, who has faced the ire of Trump for not doing enough to lower the interest rate, and a number of other things as well, including with the renovations going on at the Federal Reserve. We know Powell will stay on the board, but will no longer be chairman once Kevin Warsh is sworn in. So we are waiting for that event to begin. In fact, it looks like we may have just gotten a shot from inside the room here. So I'm going to give you a live look inside the East Room where this ceremony is expected to begin any minute now. You can see a couple of cabinet officials and others inside this room. I see Howard Lutnick standing up to the right there. He's the Commerce Secretary. Sean Duffy there, the Transportation Secretary, just walked past the stage. Also see Scott Bessent sitting down, who is the Secretary of the Treasury. And that appears to be House Speaker Mike Johnson in the front row there on the aisle. So a number of officials and leaders who are taking part in this ceremony. Again, this is in the East Room of the White House. We will hear remarks from President Trump when this event gets underway shortly. Show you another camera angle here and see if there's anyone else we can see. You can see it is a room that is pretty full right now. Folks continuing to file in right now ahead of this event that is going to be getting underway. And again, a big moment for sure. We expect to hear from the president. We expect to hear from Kevin Warsh as well at this swearing-in ceremony. And he, in his confirmation hearings, faced a lot of questions about the independence of the Fed and what his plans might be, how he might handle any pressure potentially from the president, as we saw the president try to levy some of that pressure against Jerome Powell in his tenure as chairman. So we will bring you that event live when it begins. Right now, we are keeping an eye on that. Let me also give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera there, and things are looking nice. You can see quite a few people already on the beaches there on this Friday. It is a holiday weekend. We know a lot of folks have maybe travel plans, maybe outdoor plans. We had a little bit of the forecast for you just a little bit ago. Going to need to be aware of rain in the forecast this weekend, kind of heading into that summer pattern. And so those daily storm chances is just something that is going to be a part of life and something that we're going to have to be watching out for and getting ready for. Want to let you know a couple of the other things that we are tracking today here on Fox 35 News Plus. Going to get you caught up on a few things, including Alicia Andrews, who is one of the defendants in the Fulio trial, this morning sentenced to 15 years in prison. She had not been sentenced. She had wanted a new trial, but ended up being sentenced today instead. So we'll get you caught up on that. We're also following up on the Rays Stadium memorandum of understanding between the Rays team and Hillsborough County, the city of Tampa. Those went through this week, at least kind of advancing the process forward. And so I had the chance earlier to speak with J.P. Peterson, a sports talk commentator and host in the Tampa area. And so we'll hear from him coming up in a little bit as well. Right now, before that event starts at the White House, we're going to step aside, take a quick break right now, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It is time for our Community Crossroads, where we take a look at some of the events going on around town and spotlight some local businesses that you might want to check out as well. And so always pleased to be joined by our friends from UNation. We've got Ashley Edwards, who's the Director of Creative Strategy, and Sarah Barkley, Social Coordinator. Always enjoy talking with you. It is a sign that the weekend is almost here too, which we also love. But you have a lot of great things to spotlight for us today.
Well, Garrett, we have an entire extra day this weekend because it's Memorial Day weekend. So we want to make sure that you guys go out and make the most of this 3-day weekend with yourselves and with your family. And we've got a ton of events and things to do, not just this weekend, but beyond.
And so let's start by talking about Sunset at the Zoo.
So, over at Central Florida Zoo, they have this new event that's happening. It's actually happening every fourth Friday from now until September. So if you can't go tonight to Sunset at the Zoo, don't worry. There's going to have other events happening all summer long. But the event is essentially an after-hours event series celebrating different cultural celebrations. So this month, they're celebrating Asian and American Pacific Islander Month, which is really, really fun. You're going to see that through the different food trucks and festivities they're going to be having at this event. It's after hours, so the event starts at 5 p.m. and you'll party all night long until the sun goes down, which is around 8 p.m. that night. So there'll be music, live entertainment, some interactive family-friendly activities, such as some keeper chats. So you'll get to talk and learn more about the different animals at the zoo, some animal enrichment activities, and other special zoo experiences like feeding the giraffe that we see pictured right there, and the barnyard buddies, where you get to experience a bit of a petting zoo style of experiencing with those animals. So again, this event is happening tonight from 5 p.m. to sundown. You guys can go online and purchase your tickets. They are super affordable, which is a huge, huge thing right now. So tickets to this event online are $6. If you go at the park and buy them tonight, they'll be $8 when purchased. And there also is an online exclusive purchasing price. So $46 for a family of 4 package. That also includes a meal. So that's 4 hot dogs and 4 sodas for that one price for a family of 4. So this is a perfect family-friendly event. Bring out the kiddos. It's not too late. So just enough time to enjoy the evening, skip out on that hot summer Florida sun and then head back home and enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, and each one of these events kind of has its own theme. So you can kind of experience something different every time.
You really can, no matter what, your family's into for the mode. You have something this weekend that everyone's going to get to want to go and be part of. Specifically also, if you want to celebrate a Memorial Day specifically, and maybe you have, one free night this weekend, Promenade at Sunset Walk is actually having a Memorial Day 4-day weekend event. So there's something happening every single night this 4-day weekend over at Sunset Walk. So tonight they're kicking it off with a DJ and live music. They're also having a promenade racing car and truck show and an artisan market happening tonight. Tomorrow, another DJ's performing with some more live music, and they'll also have a car show happening Saturday night and another artisan market. So really get out there, local shops, support these local businesses. And then on Sunday and Monday, both, they're going to have live music DJs and sets from some local performers as well. So really all this weekend, great live music. Sunset Walk is a great place to spend with your family, and there's tons of great things to do, from food to activities. I would definitely suggest maybe getting here a little bit early because the festivities do start at 5 p.m. So maybe you arrive around 2 or 3. You go and experience some of the activities, like go see a movie at Studio Movie Grill. Maybe you go to Game Time, play some arcade games. Maybe you do an escape room at Escapology, or spend the day at Island H2O because it's going to be a hot weekend out there. Water activities sounds so great. And then go experience the live music and the markets here for the Memorial Day Festival. And then in the night at one of the great local restaurants like Rock and Brews, Estefan Kitchen, the Wharf. I love the Wharf. It looks like you're in a sunken ship or a submarine. It is the coolest thing. If you like pirates or the ocean or the sea, highly recommend going to the Wharf. It's really, really great atmosphere. Little shameless plug. But another great holiday weekend. And again, it's happening every single day this weekend. So you don't have to limit yourself to just one day.
Yeah, I'd love to have those options. Also, a lot of sports going on around town this weekend.
Whew, I'm going to keep on talking. Sports. Orlando City B versus Inter Miami CF is happening in the Osceola Heritage Park. This is a great cost-effective way to enjoy an Orlando City game. Tickets are only $15 and they're playing over down in Kissimmee. So if you're more in that area, this is definitely going to be a closer way to experience the thrill of an Orlando City B game. Again, arrive early, make sure you secure that parking and grab your seats. Concessions typically run shorter during the first 15 minutes of the game. So if you maybe find your seats, go get your snacks and your drinks. And I say drinks because drink water. Like I said, it's going to be a hot one this weekend, Florida. So we want to drink water. We want to bring our sunscreen because we're outside events. And the Orlando Storm is versing the DC Defenders this weekend. Actually, tonight, to be very specific. This is the Orlando Storm's very last home game. So they'll be at Interco Stadium. So you'll want to make sure that you show up for the last home game of the very first inaugural season here in Orlando. The kickoff is at 8 p.m. But guys, the party starts at 6:30. That's when FanFest opens. And FanFest is so much fun. They have live music, pop-ups, inflatables, merch, drinks. There were so many free activations. I got to try so many free snacks. It was incredible. And so many great activities for the young ones too with those inflatables. You got to see Sarah and I attempt to throw a football earlier. Heavy on the word attempt. Gates open at 7 p.m. And guys, you want to be there right when the gate opens because the first 5,000 fans receive a free Orlando Storm hat. And Sarah and Tristan, both on our team, got hats when we went a couple weeks ago. And let me tell you, they're amazing. There's Sarah hat right there. So you'll want to make sure you get there and get that exclusive merchandise. And kickoff is at 8 p.m. So sun has gone down. You're not going to be sitting in the brutal heat, which is going to be absolutely amazing and a really great experience too. Now, tickets. The standing tickets, if you want to be over in the hype section, which is super, super fun, is only $16. But if you want to sit down, have a more relaxing experience of the game, tickets over by the South Field, where we were all sitting for our experience of the game, and the upper decks as well are around $32. So still a really cost-effective way to spend a really fun Friday night and support a local team.
Yeah, it looks like y'all had a good time when you had the chance to go out there.
It was so much fun. I am so excited. I love football. I'm so excited that we have like a football team here in Orlando to support. I think that's really, really incredible. So everyone should go.
All right. Well, Sarah, give us our local spotlight. I know how highlighting some activities to kickstart the summer.
Yes, so recently I've been going around and trying to test out the best thing to do during the summer to go and get that content for you guys and kind of show you my experience. And these are my favorite spots that I have personally experienced and that I would recommend to my friends and family. So I know that you guys are going to have just as much fun, starting with Bambi's mini petting farm. This is a petting farm that is very local, very family friendly, near Lake Nona. You do have to reserve online to get the official address. Just know that it is near Lake Nona. This is attached to a family's home, so they don't want people just showing up. So if you do want to plan this, you're going to get a private tour in their backyard set in the 1800s. They have this entire ginormous petting area. It was so much fun. The kids absolutely loved it just as much as the adults. They have camels, they have goats, capybaras, which you can't just see anywhere in Orlando, and Highland cows. You can get up close, feed them, pet them, spend time with them. This is a great way for kids to get immersed in this when they're outside of school while still learning about animals, or like as a little bit of a therapy if you need to get away from the house and you want to go out there and just sit with the animals. They have also said people have done that before. They also have goat yoga in the yard that you can sign up for, where you literally do the yoga with the goats. They also do movie nights where you can watch movies with the animals. I definitely recommend this if you have a family and young kids, or maybe even they're not teenagers yet. I think they're really, really gonna love this experience. And as an adult who loves farm animals, this is a great experience. We also have a couple more. So we have Catboat Claremont. This was so much fun. When I tell you that I didn't know that Claremont Chain of Lakes had a boat tour company that you could go and rent your very own private boat. They actually have one where 2 of you guys can ride on a boat. So make sure you bring a friend or a group. You're going to be steering that boat all by yourself. There's also bioluminescent kayaking, so you can go and see glowing waters in Merritt Island. This is a day trip where you can do a sunset tour and kayak. That is a lot of fun. You get to see the water glow in person. You can either do sunset or bioluminescent and combine them together. This was a really, really great tour. Just wear bug spray. There are a ton of bugs out at nighttime. And lastly, if you're trying to stay cool, we have Bananas Axe Cabana. This is an indoor axe throwing place right in Lake Buena Vista, right near Disney Springs. They have over 20 axe throwing mini games. So there's something for everyone. We were all beginners and we ended up loving it. We got it down. So there's something for every single person this weekend.
All right. And where can we learn more?
You guys can discover all these events and things to do and more by downloading the free YouNation app, or you can follow along with us more live. Follow us on socials at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
All right, Ashley and Sarah from YouNation, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us for our Community Crossroads.
Thanks. Have a great Memorial Day weekend, y'all.
Let's get you live now to the East Room of the White House. President Trump joined by Kevin Warsh, who is going to be the incoming Federal Reserve Chair, starting this swearing-in ceremony live right now in the East Room. Let's go ahead and listen in.
It's a big deal. We're honored to be joined by some incredible people. Our Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who is doing an unbelievable job. Mike, thank you very much. He's working very hard on the Save America Act, but I will not say that. He'll get it done, too. He gets everything done. Thanks, Mike. Supreme Court justices, and they are great. Clarence Thomas and Brett Kavanaugh. Okay. Secretary of the Treasury, he's like central casting, Scott Bessent. If we do a movie on someday, we're going to need a Secretary of the Treasury. We're starring him, I think. We'll put him in there, right? He's done a good job. Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. Brooke, thank you. Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. Thank you, Sean. Acting Secretary of Labor, Keith Sonderling. Keith. CIA Director, John Radcliffe. Thank you, John. OMB Director, Russell Vogt. Russell, thank you, Russell. White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. Director of the National Economic Council, the other Kevin. I was, they kept talking about Kevin, and he's a good man you're going to be working with, Kevin Hassett. Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Bill Pulte. And thanks as well. We have so many political leaders, and I just see a few. And you have Tommy Tuberville, soon to be a governor, right now a very successful senator. Dave McCormick, who's a phenomenal guy, wherever you may be, Dave. Wherever you may be. Andy Barr just had a big win. He won by 40 points. Where's Andy? Congratulations. That was a big win, Andy. I'm proud of you. Did the endorsement help? Dan Muser, my friend, who's a fantastic congressman. Dan, thank you very much. Elise Stefanik. Elise. Hi. And a highly respected guy, another friend of mine, French Hill. Thank you. Thank you. Also with us, former Vice President Dan Quayle. Haven't seen Dan Quayle in a long time. Where's Dan Quayle? Wow. You look good. You look good. That's nice to see you, Dan. Very nice. Former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Kevin. Good guy. Former Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice. Highly respected. Highly respected by everybody. Me too. Former Governor Glenn Youngkin, done a great job. Great governor of Virginia, and they try and take it apart as fast as they can, but you did a really fantastic job. Thank you very much, Glenn. And many others, tremendously distinguished, the biggest leaders of business and the biggest leaders of politics, other than the ones we mentioned. This is quite an assemblage of talent. I see the Southern District over here. Will you stand up, please, Southern District? Jay, stand up. And I don't know if our acting attorney general is here. He's pretty busy. He's kept very busy. So if he is, or if he isn't, I'll just tell you he's doing a very good job working together, right? He's doing a great job, actually. So no one in America is better prepared to lead the Federal Reserve than Kevin Warsh. Kevin received a degree in public policy from Stanford University and then earned a JD from Harvard Law School. He studied under the renowned economist Milton Friedman and was mentored by the legendary Secretary of the Treasury and Secretary of State George Shultz, all legendary names, really. Kevin has worked at the highest levels of the financial world as an executive in the private sector. He did very well, and he served at the highest reaches of government as a senior economic advisor in the White House. He knows the White House very well. He's walking through the White House. He's pointing things to me that I didn't even know. At the age of 35, he became the youngest ever Federal Reserve governor. For the past 15 years, Kevin has been a fellow at Stanford's Hoover Institution, and his credentials really are second to none when you hear them, and there's plenty more. I know that Kevin has the deepest respect and reverence for the institution he will lead starting today. We're so lucky to have him. The Federal Reserve is a pillar of the world financial system and the most important central bank anywhere in the world, with a history stretching back more than 100 years. It is truly the institution that's most looked to and most respected, and it's now taken on a new and even higher respect, in my opinion. And honestly, I really mean this. This is not said in any other way. I want Kevin to be totally independent. I want him to be independent and just do a great job. Don't look at me. Don't look at anybody. Just do your own thing and do a great job. Okay? Unfortunately, in the eyes of many, the Fed lost its way in recent years. It became distracted by concerns far removed from its core mission and mandate, drifting into matters such as climate policy and DEI initiatives, with the Fed straying from its mandate. While the last administration blew out the deficit, Americans suffered the worst inflation that we had in history. It was the worst inflation we've ever had. As you know, there's some people say you're wrong about that. It was only in 48 years, but I think 48 years almost sounds worse. The worst inflation we've ever had, so it made it very difficult. Kevin has spoken often about the need to restore the Fed's integrity by returning to a proper focus on its two functional and really fundamental responsibilities: maintaining price stability and low inflation, and achieving full employment. And we talk about it. We've talked about it often. And right now we have the most people working in the United States than we've ever had. We have never had as many people working right now in the United States. And it's something that I like to say, and it's been pretty much that way ever since I've been president. When I go back to the first term, I had those numbers too, and I kept them. And we've done things that are really amazing, but we can bring it to a new and higher level with Kevin. I think we can bring it to a level that nobody ever thought possible. By following through on this vision, Kevin will restore confidence in the Fed, which is so important, and among Americans all across the political spectrum and people from all over the world. And they're going to be looking to Kevin probably and possibly more than any other person that's had your esteemed position before. I think that's true, Kevin. You got a lot of people watching. I fully expect that with the greatest Fed chairs before him, Kevin will safeguard the Fed's integrity. They'll make their own decisions and hopefully make them well. but they'll be listening to Kevin all the way. I really believe that. Even if they're from a somewhat different persuasion, they're going to be listening to him out of respect, because everybody respects him. Thankfully, unlike some of his predecessors, Kevin understands that when the economy is booming, that's a good thing. We don't have to go crazy. Just let it boom. We want it to boom. We want it to be like nobody has ever had before, because we do have some debt we'd like to take care of. And the way you do that is through growth. We're going to grow our way out of it so fast. And Kevin's somebody, and I feel strongly also, we don't want to see it stifled. We want to stop inflation, but we don't want to stop greatness. And so that's really a very good thing, a very positive thing, and that's what he's looking to do. He's looking to do positive economic growth. It's so important. And as we discussed, economic growth doesn't mean inflation. It can be just the opposite, actually. But economic growth does not mean inflation. You don't have to stop the world because you're doing well. Kevin's also said that he'll bring much-needed reform and modernization, transforming obsolete data collection methods, rolling back reliance on inaccurate models, and curtailing the Fed's practice of issuing so-called forward guidance. They want to do things on that. I guess it's a little complex subject, but it's something that Kevin knows about better than probably anybody here. He has the temperament and leadership abilities to foster collaboration among the entire board, and I know he will welcome robust debate. In his mission to keep prices stable and employment high, Kevin will have the full support of my administration. Every one of these people felt, including Kevin, by the way, felt so strongly about this choice. And we have no doubt, we have absolutely no doubt. So important, too. So big, so important. I just turned on the television. I want to see how the stock market's doing today. Stock market's up 600 points. That means they like you. If they didn't like you, it's actually up to 50,702. So that's as of about 12 minutes ago. Now, who knows? But I think it can only go up. I think with you, it's only going to go up. That was a number that nobody thought was reachable during my entire 4 years. If you look at some of the great pundits, they said, well, 50,000 would be impossible during the 4 years, but sometime after, we hit it in the first year, but now we're really hitting it. And think of it, it's up to 50,702. And S&P likewise set a new record today. They both set new records today, and boy, that's something good. But you're going to bring it to a much different level, believe me. It's good, but it can go much better, and that's what I think you're going to do. In my first year, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, the largest regulation cuts in American history, and the largest spending cuts in American history, all things that are so important to greatness. And last year, we slashed the budget by almost $500 billion. At the same time, our military was at $1.2 trillion, and we'll be doing the one thing we are going to be doing is, and we build everything in America. We build it here. It's jobs, 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 but it's also strength, strength, strength. We're going to be submitting a military budget for $1.5 trillion. We have the greatest military in the world. I built it during my first term. I didn't know we'd be using it so much in my second term. But they gave away a little bit of it during somebody else's term, foolishly, but it's a very small part relative to the whole. But we have the greatest military in the world. I was with President Xi, and I said to him, we have the greatest military in the world, and he actually didn't agree. We had a great meeting. He actually didn't disagree with me on that very much, I will tell you. But we really do. What we've done in Venezuela, you see, what we've done to Iran. Iran is dying to make a deal. We'll see what happens, but we hit them hard, and we had no choice because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have it. So I promised to cut 10 old regulations, as you know, in my first term, for every new regulation. If you put a new regulation in, that's fine, but you had to cut at least 10. And so far, and I did that. It was actually 1 to 12, so I did a little bit better. So far, we're blowing it away this year. So far, it's 1 for 129. In other words, we're cutting 129 regulations that we put in, so that's music to your ears. We don't even have to go through Congress for that. It's a lot easier. If I do it, it's a lot easier. But all of these actions are aimed at lowering costs, creating jobs, and driving economic growth. Jobless claims recently hit the lowest level since 1969. Under our leadership, 5 million people have been lifted off of the food stamps. Think of that, just in a short period of time. More Americans are working today, as I said, than ever before. And very importantly, 100% of the net new jobs under this administration have been created in the private sector, which is a number that nobody's ever achieved. Think of that, they're all in the private sector, and we did get rid of a lot of government jobs. You had jobs where there were 10 people for every single job and every single event, and they were doing all the same thing, or they weren't doing very much. And they didn't like me for a while, and now they're all working at private sector jobs, and they're making double, triple, quadruple the pay, and they're loving life, and they're loving going to work. And it was a painful experience cutting that many people from the federal government, but it's been amazing, and you just can't have that. You can never make a country, as I say, great again if you're going to have all government jobs. We're all private jobs, and the jobs are coming. We're building more plants, more equipment than anybody any president's ever done, any administration's ever done. And the number I like the best is we have $18 trillion being invested in the United States for 11 months, not 12. We haven't gotten the results from 12 yet. We're pretty new. But in 11 months, we have $18 trillion being invested, with a T, being invested in the United States. And the record was $3 trillion many years ago by a different country that I actually just left. It starts with a C. But we have, and that was 3. And we're at 18 trillion. We're building factories, car plants, everything, AI, everything, all over the country. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I have to say, I have to give the credit to what I used to say it was my favorite word of all, but I got in such trouble because when I said tariff is my favorite word, the media went crazy. They said, what about your wife, your family? What about God? What about religion? So I said, okay, good. I'll make it my 5th favorite word, right? But because of tariffs, we have tremendous amounts of, the car companies are all coming back. They left us for 35, 40 years. They left us. We will have 50% of the chip making capability of who that man right there is. Stand up, will you please? But is that right? We're going to have 50% by the time I leave office, and maybe more than that. They're moving in from Taiwan. They're moving in from other places, and they're building in Arizona in particular, in that particular case. But between the auto plants, we have more auto plants under construction now than we've ever had before. We went many years and there was no plant built. And it's all due to what we did with tariffs, I guess November 5th, but all because of the tariffs and what they've done, used properly, used judiciously. So it's really something special. So we have all these plants under construction. They'll be completed over the next year and a half, and you're going to see numbers like we've never seen in this country before. No country has ever seen the kind of numbers you're going to see. And we have some of the people in this room, I look at them, some of the geniuses that are building those plants. A plant used to cost, if you built a shopping center, it would cost $50 million a nice center, but $500 million a giant, beautiful center. These people are investing. You're going to have to look in $50 billion on a building for AI. $50 billion. I say, how big is it? Well, it goes 3 miles by 5 miles. In other words, you drive 3 miles, 5 miles. But it means jobs, and it's got tremendous potential for a lot of things. But when you talk about growth, no country will see, and you'll start to see that very soon, no country will see the growth that we're going to experience, and that we're already experiencing, but that we're going to experience. And one of the things that you see early on is we have the highest number of construction jobs we've ever had, and that's because they're building all of these plants, the auto plants, all of these plants are being built, including medical. Medical is pouring back in. Eli Lilly and so many of they're building 6 major plants. They're going to make almost all of their medicines here. We learned during COVID, it's not good to be held hostage by foreign countries. We're building all of these plants here, Lilly, Pfizer, all of them. They're all building tens of billions of dollars worth of medical plants. We're going to have almost all of our medicines made in our country, which is a really good thing to have. During 4 years of Biden, our country secured less than $1 trillion. Think of that, though, and we're doing $18 trillion, and Everyone's talking about that because nobody's ever seen anything like it in a short time ago. And I say this often. The King of Saudi Arabia said to me 2 years ago, he said, I was over there, and by the way, they invested $2 trillion, but I was over talking to him, getting him to invest a lot of money in our country, and he said, you know, President, 2 years ago you were a dead country, and today you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we're going to need guidance, and you're going to give us that guidance. But all of the things that we've done, numbers that have tripled and quadrupled, and we need a really steady hand at probably, maybe in many ways, the most. I don't know. I have two great justices of the Supreme Court here, so I have to say, I don't know which is more important, being a justice of the Supreme Court or your job. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. I think I'd rather be a justice between you and I. It might be easier. You're going to find out. You'll be saying that. Well, that's a very easy job. With the support and strong and wise chairmanship at the Federal Reserve, so important, America's future will truly be unlimited with Kevin at the helm. And he's off to an incredible start with his family, with his education, with his background, with all of the things he's done. He's respected by everybody. So important is to have that level of respect where you can walk into a room and people will listen to you, as opposed to walking into a room and not having that kind of persona. He has a persona like nobody else. So I just want to say congratulations, Chairman Warsh. You are really a special person in getting this job. The people that wanted this job, the most highly trained, highly educated, some of the greatest credentials I've ever seen. And as far as I'm concerned, nobody was even close. And I just want to congratulate you. And I'd like to ask, if I might, Jane to step forward, and our very highly respected Justice Clarence Thomas to come up and swear in, give him a good oath if you would care, because Clarence, we need a really good oath delivered here. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Please.
I, Kevin Warsh, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. Against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That I take this obligation freely. That I take this obligation freely. Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge. And that I will well and faithfully discharge. The duties of the office on which I'm about to enter. The duties of the office upon which I'm about to enter. So help me God. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is above and beyond. It is such an honor for Jane and me to have this ceremony here in the East Room with you, sir. I couldn't ask for a more beautiful setting or a more gracious welcome, and I am grateful. I recognize, as the President said, that ours is a time of great consequence. It's also a great honor for me to have the oath of office administered by one of the great and longest-serving public servants, a brilliant and independent thinker, a man dedicated to our Constitution, and no less important, a joyful and collegial presence on our highest court, my esteemed friend, Justice Clarence Thomas. Now, Justice Kavanaugh is here as well. We served as young staffers a full generation ago in this building, and I shouldn't be speaking for another justice, but I will tell you something that I always felt, that Justice Kavanaugh and I felt the majesty of this place where we're now sitting. And we counted ourselves blessed and grateful to serve the nation we love and to do it in your building, sir. And of course, I must thank Leader Thune, Chairman Tim Scott, and his fellow members of the Banking Committee who saw me through the Senate confirmation. My whole family and I are joined by many others here today who I'm honored to call friends and colleagues, mentors, confidants. Their presence means a lot to me, and I think it means a lot to the President, too. It's the honor of a lifetime to be called back into public service. And with this oath, I've accepted a high and solemn responsibility. At the swearing in of Alan Greenspan at this very place in 1987, President Ronald Reagan called the chairmanship of the Federal Reserve a, quote, great role in American life. I've known 5 of my predecessors in this job, some of them quite well, but Chairman Greenspan was the first to tell me and show me what this role demands. He recently marked his 100th birthday, and although he can't be here, I'm thinking about him today too. Like Alan, I intend to fill the role of chairman with energy and purpose, just the way Chairman Greenspan did, faithful to the mission and the very best traditions of the Fed. As you demonstrate, Mr. President, every day, energy and purpose are how big obstacles are overcome. Your greatest ambitions are for America, for what free people can achieve when they have the chance. And while I'm not naive about the challenges we face, I believe, Mr. President, these years can bring unmatched prosperity that will raise living standards for Americans from all walks of life. And the Fed has something to do with it. Our mandate at the Fed is to promote price stability and maximum employment. When we pursue those aims with wisdom and clarity, independence and resolve, inflation can be lower, growth stronger, real take-home pay higher, and America can be more prosperous. And no less important, America's place in the world more secure. To fulfill this mission, I will lead a reform-oriented Federal Reserve, learning from past successes and mistakes both, escaping static frameworks and models, and upholding clear standards of integrity and performance. Today marks a return to an institution that I do in fact cherish. It was nearly a generation ago, at another time of great consequence, that I worked with some outstanding public servants at the Fed, both here in Washington and at the reserve banks. My goal now is to create an environment in which the best people can do their life's best work, and to face every challenge in the spirit of common purpose and devotion to the national interest, in a word, to excellence. These duties are now mine, Mr. President, because of the trust you have placed in me. I accept them with gratitude and will strive every day to serve our fellow citizens well. And in final, I'll just say I'm going to look around and try to hold on to this special moment. But after we leave this stage, the real work begins. So let's begin that work. It's an honor. Thank you again, Mr. President.
That event coming to an end. You heard some remarks from Kevin Warsh, the new Federal Reserve Chairman. was sworn in by Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas in this ceremony that is wrapping up right now inside the East Room of the White House. President Trump there, a number of other lawmakers and other officials at that event that we have been watching live from the White House. Right now, we're going to step aside and take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. As we head into a holiday weekend, you may have some beach plans in store, but we also know that there is a high rip current risk this weekend, so that's something you're going to want to be aware of. Not only that, but when you're looking at a holiday weekend, and a lot of folks may be coming into the area and visiting the beaches who maybe not normally, or maybe you're just spending more time around the pool or the lake or the beach or whatever the case it may be, the risk of drowning and drowning prevention is something that officials are really trying to get the word out ahead of this holiday weekend. It's something that is so important to talk about anytime, especially here in Florida, because of the prevalence of drowning deaths. We know our state often has the most of anywhere in the country just because of how many, how much water and many water features there are around here when it comes to pools, beaches, lakes, that kind of thing. We had the chance this week to speak with Megan Ferraro, who is the executive director of the Zach Foundation, who works so hard to get this message out and save the lives of kids all across the country. She told us what she wants everyone to keep in mind this holiday weekend.
So as you're spending time around the pool or at the ocean this long weekend, we want to remind you about the layers of protection you should be taking along with you. So if you're taking your young child to a pool party or a backyard barbecue, we want you to keep constant and close supervision of your child when they're around water. We know that kids ages 1 to 4 most often drown in backyard residential pools, and that the highest rate of unintentional death is actually drowning for that 1 to 4 year population. When we think about older children, teens, young adults, we're seeing those drownings occur more often in open water. So thinking oceans, rip currents that may occur, really wanting to talk to your kids, your teens, your young adults about only swimming when a lifeguard is present. about wearing a U.S. Coast Guard approved life jacket if they're boating, and about safe behavior around water. No drinking, no, taking drugs, no risky behavior, always wearing a life jacket when in open water and jumping into that water feet first. Drowning is, an epidemic in our country. We know that sadly, Florida often leads the country with drownings. And in 2025, there were sadly 120 child fatalities in the state of Florida related to drowning. And we want to be sure that we are keeping kids safe, that families are enjoying the water, but that they're doing so safely.
And when we see over the last couple years, what do the trends look like in terms of drownings and drowning prevention?
So the trends that we're seeing again are those 1 to 4 age range children drowning in backyard residential pools. We're seeing it happen through families that are purchasing new homes that don't yet know the layers of protection that they should have in place. So if you have purchased a home or you have a backyard pool, ensure that you have a 4-sided fence around that pool that isolates that pool from the rest of the house. If you have sliding doors or any doors that go out to that pool area, put a chime on that door so that you're notified anytime that door is open. Talk to your kids about water safety, about never going in the water without an adult. Just like you teach them to put on their seatbelt when you get in the car or a helmet when they get on their bike, they should know that they should not get into the pool without an adult's permission first. So that's what we're thinking about with those young children. Again, with those teens, we're seeing teens drowning in open water. There have been lots of rip currents. The weather has been volatile the last several years. And so wanting to think about water safety in the ocean, looking at those beach flags. If it's green, that means that the water is relatively calm and it should be safe to swim when a lifeguard is present. We're also seeing families visiting in Airbnbs that don't have experience with having a pool and so don't understand those layers of protection that need to be in place. So if you're a homeowner that is renting their home as an Airbnb property, ensuring that you have those layers of protection in place, just like you would consider putting away cleaning supplies or poisonous products, ensuring that pool has a 4-sided fence and that doors and windows going out to the pool area have those chimes. And then parents, most of the drownings that are happening in that 1 to 4 age range are happening during, unplanned swim time. So you think that you're done swimming for the day, you take your kid out of the water, you take off their life jacket or their puddle jumper, and you don't talk to them about not going back into the water. Maybe you get distracted. Maybe you're taking a shower and you think your toddler is napping. Maybe you're watching a game on TV and you're focused and you don't notice that they slip out into the pool and into the water. We need to teach our kids to follow those safety rules around the pool, but we also need to get them enrolled in swimming lessons. We need to teach kids how to swim, and we know that if you as an adult don't know how to swim, the chances that you'll enroll your child in swimming lessons are low. So don't just enroll your child in swimming lessons, take lessons yourself, make it a family activity. Swimming is a life skill, swimming is fun, and we want everyone to enjoy the water safely.
Do you see greater, success rates when families take those classes together, of like them staying in classes and really learning how to swim more effectively?
Yes, we know that when families learn a new activity together, learn a new skill together, it can be something that they enjoy through vacations, on weekends. Those lessons may not actually happen at the same time, right? Mom might go on Saturday mornings and the young child may go Monday and Tuesday afternoons. But we know that if adults are learning how to swim, they will pass that skill on to their child. And it is a gift to learn how to swim, and it's a skill that you can use throughout the course of your life. So we really do encourage everyone to learn to swim. And with that, getting those swimming lessons and learning to swim isn't the end of the conversation around water safety. We want kids to learn how to swim, but it's different swimming in a pool than it is in an ocean. And so you do need to follow those layers of protection. Only swimming in front of a lifeguarded chair with a lifeguard present. Only swimming when we know the conditions are safe. So following those flag rules at your local beaches. And never swimming alone. Whether you're an adult or a child, you should never swim alone. So get out there with your kids, enjoy the water, and stay safe.
And when we look at your work with the Zach Foundation and working towards a evolution of the National Drowning Safety Plan, what's the status of that?
So The U.S. National Water Safety Action Plan recommends that every state, county, and community develops their own water safety strategy. Central Florida published its water safety strategy at the end of last summer, and those strategies are now being implemented through partnerships with local tourism boards, education programs, an increase in swimming lessons that are being accessible throughout those communities. And then the state of Florida has simultaneously been working on a statewide strategy, and that strategy is under a last round of review, and we're hoping that will be published shortly. But that strategy provides recommendations from everything around swimming lessons to life jacket usage to how to ensure that you have a safe pool drain installed at your public pools or in your backyard residential pools. It looks at all different types of education, both in the classroom and in the water. And it's a full-scale way for a community to engage in water safety, to engage in drowning prevention strategies, and to ensure that we have lifeguard certification training classes available, water safety instruction certification trainings available, and CPR classes available. We know if CPR is administered at the time of a drowning, the chance of survival goes up significantly. So it's a full-scale program that enables communities to really consider water safety, consider where they may need to strengthen those strategies that they may already have in place, and expand upon those that may not exist. And so really looking at ensuring that everyone in a community has access to safe, affordable swimming lessons and strategies.
And what's something that, just in your experience, that you've seen parents and families kind of overlook the most when it comes to these drowning safety plans?
Sure. So I think what is the biggest challenge is a lack of education, a lack of understanding that drowning is the leading cause of death for children ages 1 to 4. And those drownings are occurring in backyard residential pools. And so parents, we need to be aware of this. We need to ensure we have those layers of protection in place. That four-sided isolation fence is a strategy that we know reduces drowning. So if you have a backyard pool, ensure you have that four-sided fence. If you're visiting family with a backyard pool, ensure they have a four-sided fence. If you're visiting an Airbnb and you can't put up that isolation fence, then you need to be sure that there's a chime on that door. They're very inexpensive and easy to install and uninstall on those sliding glass doors. Talk to your kids about not going in the water, just like you do about putting on that seatbelt and that helmet. And you have to ensure that you have constant supervision of children in water. No drinking alcohol, no reading a book, no scrolling Facebook, constant supervision of those young children when they're in the water. We want everyone to enjoy the water, but we want them to do it safely. And we want those drowning rates in the state of Florida to go down. And we think that with these strategies that have been published both in Central Florida and will be published for the state of Florida, that those rates will start to go down.
Megan Ferraro, Executive Director of the Zach Foundation, giving us a lot of things to keep in mind over this holiday weekend and throughout the summer here in Florida. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Big story we've been following all week and much longer than that as well is the push for the Tampa Bay Rays trying to get a new stadium built in Tampa on the other side of the bay from where they are right now. We know that this week we were able to listen in on Hillsborough County Commission meeting and Tampa City Council meeting where leaders there ended up approving the next step in this, essentially a memorandum of understanding that will allow negotiations to continue. Part of this deal is the Rays asking for hundreds of millions of dollars in public money commitments from the county, from the city. And that has gotten some pushback from the public, from some elected officials in the Bay Area as well. We have seen this story before where stadium negotiations in the Bay Area have dragged on, and many experts that we talk to say they believe this time is different, that this deal will eventually get across the finish line, but there are still a lot of questions and still a long way to go with it. And so earlier today, I spoke with J.P. Peterson, who is the host of the J.P. Peterson Show on FanStream Sports, and we talked about where things stand with this deal and what his takeaways are after attending the Hillsborough County Commission and Tampa City Council meetings this week. All right, JP, several big votes this week now with the MOU being approved by a couple of different entities. So your take on what we have seen this week from Hillsborough County, from Hillsborough College, and from City of Tampa?
Well, it's a mixed bag, to be sure. The county commission meeting was much smoother if you're a fan of the Rays staying here in Tampa Bay. They got a 5-2 vote. There was obviously some dissenting opinion from one crazy dude named Mostal, who's calling the Rays CEO on social media a crying baby. I'll say this as an overarching thing, this whole political process, which as a sportscaster, I've never been privy to being inside. Maybe Garrett, you have. Boy, it's a weird place to be, man. There's some strange bedfellows running around in these city councils and commission meetings, man. And it's an interesting process, but I think you get the vote from the county, you get the vote from the city yesterday, which I was there all day long. And what a process that was. 4-3, they get that vote with the vote going over the top, coming from Bill Carlson, who's running for mayor, by the way, saying I'm going to vote yes so you can get the state funding, but I'm a no for anything else that comes across my desk as far as this goes. So, what it means to me is it's a big win for the Rays because, number one, they could have stopped the conversation right there, even though this was a non-binding MOU, and there's absolutely zero reason to vote against it, in my opinion, because you're just voting to continue the conversation instead of just ending it for all your constituents right there. So to be as close as it was, I think, is absolutely ridiculous, but it is. They've got that, so the state funding should come through, and that's a key piece. If they did not get this vote yesterday, that would have very much been in jeopardy and maybe even sunk the deal. So it was that close. But now that they have it, and I think another thing they achieved yesterday was getting great back and forth from the commission and seeing what their problems are with the deal. And Ken Babby was there, and I thought he did a great job addressing each one of their concerns moving forward. So I'll give him the first save of his career coming out of the bullpen. That was a nice save that he came in, firing fastballs and answered all the questions. And I think that got them over the top yesterday. And it also showed, I think, how agreeable the Rays have been and how much they have worked to get this deal done. And that, to me, is the big deal. Once you get this MOUs passed, now you can get into the negotiations and for dotting the I's and crossing the T's. And that's where the two sides can go back and forth and just get the deal done. This is traditionally how it's done, right? You have two sides that really want to get a deal done, coming together, multiple compromises on all different issues, and the deal gets done. So I think and again, the city portion that's kind of really was a closer vote really is only $80 million of this deal is what they're talking about, CIT funds on this side. The city's part is 180, but the 100 comes from bed taxes. Nobody has a problem with that. It's the 80 million CIT money. They're not going to kill this deal for $80 million. MLB would step in. The Rays would come up with more money. They'd find a way to get this deal done. So all in all, after all the shenanigans of the last 48 hours, hours, I think the Rays are in a really good spot to finally get this whole thing done in the next month or so.
Yeah, it's still a lot of work ahead because we heard, in the meetings this week, a number of the concerns and questions that they still have to be answered. And I was wondering, with the city of Tampa, especially because of some of the dynamics of that vote and that discussion yesterday, if there could be not necessarily trouble ahead, but some tough negotiations and tough conversations ahead.
Yeah, I think there could be, but I also think that there's kind of a roadmap for Ken Babby. He sees what these individual commissioners are objecting to. And now you got to go find ways to answer those objections. It's just like sales, right? It's what it is. You got to sell these guys. And I think one of the councilmen, Guido Maniscalco, is, he's really hung up on the 80 million CIT, feeling that, they promised the voters it wouldn't be from stadiums. And that to me is more of an opinion than a fact. And it doesn't really matter at this point. You got to get the deal go through. To me, the biggest thing I heard yesterday was from the chair, Alan Clendenin, who's been in local office for over 20 years. And he also is a businessman, and he knows that if someone is going to dump $2.3 billion into your city, I mean, that's what the construction of this stadium within the city limits is going to cost. And they're going to dump that into your city, which is paying carpenters, electrician, concrete workers, all construction workers, right? And then 12,000 permanent jobs after that. And your investment part in this is $80 million. I mean, this is just basic economics. There shouldn't be a council person in government that would look at that and say, wait, a private company is going to put $2.3 billion into my city and I have to put in $80 million? Well, of course I'd do that. Who wouldn't do that? So to me, there's a lot of politics going on here. Two of these particular council members are running for mayor against Bob Buckhorn, who is for this deal, a good, fair deal, by the way. And so I think they're trying to differentiate themselves from Mayor Buckhorn and what they think might be a winning issue. So I don't think this has anything to do with what's best for their constituents. In my opinion, those votes came solely on selfish political motives. They were running for mayor yesterday, and that has no place, in my opinion, in the biggest public vote in the history of the Tampa City Council. If you want to go campaign, go do that somewhere else. Judge this on the merits of it and not on your political future, in my opinion.
But JP, there has been some pushback among members of the public about the use of public money on this deal in the city and the county.
I totally understand that. I listened to all the speeches yesterday, and some of them made some very good points. And to me, it's really a lack of understanding of what this is. And also, you have to reject the 3 economic studies that were done specifically on this deal. Not stadium studies that have been done over the last 30 years that didn't include an $8 to $10 billion private investment. The studies that were, those were bad stadium deals, many of them. This particular one, which is the only one we're caring about and voting on, okay, this one is different. It gives the money back to the taxpayers, just like we saw in Atlanta. These are proven models now. These are not some pie in the sky things that might happen. So when I hear people talk against it, I understand their concerns, but I also say, don't you get it? Don't you get it? The money is coming back in droves. It's not like old bad stadium deals. It's not like, oh, I don't want to give money to billionaires. This is a totally different deal, and you need to look at it that way. So if you're saying we don't have money for this and we don't have money for that, I agree. So where are you going to get it? Well, you better go find a vehicle that's going to bring 10 million visitors to your city and all that tourism revenue and tax revenue that can now pay for the things that you can't afford now. I hear these people make these arguments. Say, you're making the argument for me. You need to go find a way to make more money. And here it is getting dropped in your lap. Kind of silly. But I understand their concerns. If I can
Yes, JP, you have been vocal in this process, making sure that you've been speaking out at these meetings as well. Why is that important to you? Why do you want to make sure that you express that support as well?
That's a great question, Garrett, and I appreciate you asking it because this is where my passion is for Tampa Bay sports. I've lived here and covered sports here for 30 years, from the Super Bowls to the Stanley Cups to everything. I see how sports brings people together, and boy, do we need to bring people together these days over things that are not political, all right? And that's sports. I see the magic that it makes. I was just at Tropicana Field the other day. The teenagers are out there taking their tarps off and swinging them around instead of doing team takeovers. It's not just about sports. It affects your community in such a positive way. I've been talking about this for 20 years, long before this ownership group got here, about bringing the stadium to Tampa and finally doing it right. We've had the worst located stadium in terms of demographics, surrounded by water, away from the main population center, and it's a horrible, obsolete stadium. And we've had terribly unpopular owners. That's why the team hasn't drawn. We've done baseball all wrong. And I've been saying this is the right way to do it. Put it in the middle of the market. Let's get some Tampa Bay-based owners who really care about this team. We haven't had that here. And put in market and baseball in this market. What be? I mean, we have such a history here of Al Lopez, all the Hall of Famers to the guys that are game now, Alonso, Kyle Tucker. We put out more Major League Baseball players per capita. And I'm so passionate about baseball. Here and now we're going to a public partnership that's going to come into my city, and a lot of these jobs are jobs that and we should be concerned about that right now. We're bringing 12,000 brick and mortar out to your city. That's what you need as an elected official. This is your main duty, and to shirk that is crazy. I'm embarrassed, frankly, by the politicians and these elected officials and some of the things they're saying here in my city. And I think we're finally going to get this done, but I'm passionate about it. This is not just about baseball. It is about a college, a brand new college for low-income folks that can go to and make their lives better, and jobs. This is a no freaking brainer. And if we drop the ball here and send it down the road to Orlando, I know your folks will be really happy. But, man, there's going to be a ton of very unhappy people here. And anyone who votes for that will never hold office in Tampa Bay again. I can guarantee you that.
Last thing here, JP. Given some of the discourse around this and, some of the hesitancy, does that worry you at all as this process continues to play out?
Sure, it worries me a little bit, but I think the positives far outweigh the negatives in this. Everything I just said is evident, and I think the right, smart folks will prevail here. And I also feel like, and you saw this yesterday, Ken Babby is intent on getting this deal done. Whatever the Rays have to do, and Major League Baseball is as well. They have $5 billion in expansion fees coming their way if they can get this deal done. So they're not going to let this deal fall apart for $80 million. We're going to squabble over with the city when they've got $5 billion in expansion fees coming their way. They'll find a way to get this done. There's too many people now that are invested in this that are very powerful, and that starts with Governor DeSantis, the Major League Baseball commissioner, all these great owners that are based here, very powerful and politically connected people. And the people of Tampa Bay really, really want it. Most of them do. There's a vocal minority. I get that. But the vast majority of people, when they understand this deal, are for it. I would say it's an 80-20 issue to the positive once they understand it. So I do think there are speed bumps ahead, but I think after this vote yesterday, this clears the way for the consensus to come together and figure out the individual agreements here and get it done. That's my thought. I really feel positive. I've never felt more positive about this finally getting done, to be quite honest.
And it can't hurt that the Rays are the best team in baseball right now either.
How about that? How about your general manager of the best team in baseball showing up at a city commission meeting yesterday and sitting through it like I did for about 8 hours, listen to people talk about poo shiesty and pipelines busting. I mean, he was there. He put his time in. And these guys are committed, man. The entire organization is committed to Tampa Bay. I wish we would show them more love as a community, as a council and a community, and to have our elected leaders not disrespect the CEO of the Major League Baseball team like we've done. It's embarrassing, but I still think we're going to get over the hump.
JP Peterson, host of the JP Peterson Show on FanStream Sports. Always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Garrett. Appreciate you.
We've got some new information just into our newsroom where about a man being shot and killed early this morning, after an hours-long standoff in Sumpter County. Sumpter County Sheriff Pat Breeden released some details on this in a video on social media just a few minutes ago.
Hello, I'm Sumpter County Sheriff Pat Breeden, and I want to give you some information regarding an officer-involved shooting that occurred last night. Last night at approximately 1:38 a.m., the Sumpter County Sheriff's Office received a call regarding a suicidal male armed with a knife stemming from a domestic incident occurring on Northwest 40th Terrace in Lake Pennsauken. The subject's girlfriend and a small child had been evacuated from residence, at which time the subject barricaded himself in a bedroom, refusing to come out. Negotiations and our SWAT team responded. Negotiators began to communicate with the subject, and after several hours, communication began to break down. The subject then made threatening statements and charged at the SWAT team armed with a knife. SWAT was prepared with and deployed less lethal rounds. However, the subject's actions caused the SWAT team members to use deadly force. Medics on scene attempted life-saving measures. However, he was pronounced deceased on scene. At this time, we're not releasing the identity pending notification of next of kin. The investigation has been turned over to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. This is an active investigation at this time, and no further details will be released. While this is a tragic incident, I am grateful that none of our deputies or negotiators were injured.
Sumpter County Sheriff Pat Breeden posting that video on social media just a little bit ago, tracking the breaking news: an armed man shot and killed at a Sumpter County home, and that ending an hours-long standoff with deputies. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. Big news this week in a high-profile trial. We are talking about Luigi Mangione, who is the suspect accused of killing the CEO of United Healthcare. The judge in that case, the judge presiding over that case, ruled this week that some key evidence found in his backpack would be allowed in his murder trial, but that the judge also ruled that some of that evidence would be blocked because they said the initial backpack search was unconstitutional. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson spoke with legal analyst and attorney Jose Rivas to explain what this means for that high-profile case.
Well, this is lawyering 101, right? It's primarily based on what we call the Miranda rights. Anything you say can and will be used against you, but it's also based on the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution that prohibits any kind of unlawful search. So what do we have here? We have here where the state or law enforcement has obtained evidence, which what we call illegal evidence, right? The fruit of the tree that's been tainted. What do? They go in and they get evidence that they don't have a warrant for. Now, what the judge, and there's a distinction. Most people say, well, they searched my vehicle, they searched me. Any evidence that's after a lawful arrest is admissible, right? Because what they're doing, they're doing an inventory search. Inventory search means, hey, listen, you get pulled over in your vehicle, you have a backpack, you got some cash, you got a computer in there. We want to inventory this product. So if it's at the open eye, if it's any kind of illegal substance or whatnot, anything that's evidence, they can use that. Anything that's inventory comes in after a lawful arrest. And the reasoning of the judge is, listen, at the time that you stopped them at the McDonald's and you searched, you really did not have you didn't have a lawful arrest at that time, and you did not have probable cause for an arrest, nor for a lawful search.
And something else that I thought was interesting, which I think, to my understanding, is New York specific law. It's like the arm's reach argument, because his backpack wasn't within arm's reach, not like easily grabbable. That also contributed to it being an unlawful search. What's the reasoning for these kinds of laws and protecting evidence like this?
Well, again, what we want to do when we do a motion to suppress the evidence, we're holding law enforcement and the government accountable, right? And then now, possession is dominion and control. Do you have possession of it? Can you reach out? Is it within your control? And the idea is, does someone else have control to that backpack? You could be sitting in a restaurant and a backpack sitting in a chair next to you, maybe the table behind, that's their backpack. So, we're protecting the citizens, we're protecting, the Constitution gives us that protection for unlawful search, and we don't want the government to overreach.
And when an attorney crafts a defense, when you get, certain evidence blocked, how much does that change the way that you're able to try this case?
Well, I always put it this way, right? When the state's case, they're building a house and they have a bunch of blocks. And as a defense, what we have to do is we have to pull a lot of those blocks out. When we pull enough blocks out, the roof collapsed, the house collapsed. In other words, their case collapsed. What you want to create is enough reasonable suspicion. Again, and I always say the truth does not matter. The truth does not matter. What matters is what you can prove in court, the evidence that's admissible. And this is a perfect example. This is an example where the jury is not going to be able to consider or hear all the truth or all the evidence because it was illegally obtained.
And with how high profile this case is, do you think that puts more pressure on the defense or on the prosecution?
Well, anytime you have any kind of public scrutiny, obviously you have to there's certain it rises to a little higher level, a little higher caliber. But the idea is the reason these lawyers we do motion to suppress because we want to preserve any kind of objections. For example, for appeal, let's say this goes to trial and he gets convicted, right? That's the reason you come back for an appeal. Hey, the lawyer did not suppress this evidence. So as defense lawyers, we need to do everything that we can possible in order to suppress any kind of evidence. Put it as best light as possible in front of the jury. If you don't, it's going to come back inefficient counsel. And what happens is you get appeals and then the case gets reopened again.
How much of a defense attorney's motions is the balancing between the case as it stands currently versus potentially setting up an appeal down the road?
Well, again, you have to do this motion to suppress. You're doing it for your client. And when we look at evidence, we don't judge, right? In our profession, we can't judge whether this person committed a crime or not. The question becomes, can the state prove it? Is it admissible? And the reason you do these motions too, because the more evidence you exclude, right, the state now has a weaker case, and you have a better arm at negotiations, right? So they'll give you a better plea deal. Most clients, only 5% of all cases go to trial. So what do? You break it down, and sometimes the state says, what, I'd rather have this kind of plea deal than lose it all. It's an all or none and losing out a trial. So, it's a bargaining chip is what all this motions to suppress are.
And in seeing this trial, which is, one of the most prominent going on right now, what is your kind of just overall takeaways from what we've seen in court so far?
Well, again, a perfect example that, the truth doesn't necessarily always always prevail, right? The reality is, what can we exclude, and we've seen this in the past, the O.J. Simpson cases. We've seen a lot of high-profile cases where when you have great lawyering, you have resources, right, that are available to you. Then at that point, you could fight the case for a very long time. You could put a lot of pressure, and sometimes justice is as much as you can buy. And when you have great lawyer and put in the extra effort, this is all, and usually you'll see there's a team. It's hard for one, attorney to take care of a case like this. You have a team, it's a group effort, and the idea is you want to pose your client in the best light as possible, in the best position to negotiate or go to trial. If you don't, it's going to come back to haunt you.
And when we look at a team of attorneys, is it each one kind of has their specialty and they're going about it from different angles, or is it more of just there's so much work that it just needs to be divided between multiple people?
That is correct. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. But again, sometimes you bring different teams in. There's some forensics, for example, and you'll see if this case goes to trial, you'll have some attorneys that will deal with the forensics, some that are better at arguing. Not all lawyers, sometimes you have great lawyers who are great research. But they don't necessarily, their strength is not necessarily arguing. So putting arguments together. So it's a team effort. It certainly is. You have depositions that have to be done. Question, under oath, you have also cross-examination at trial. All those questions, we don't just get up there and do the cross-examination. There's a whole series of planning and planification, just like building a house. In this case, we're trying to tear it apart, and there's the strategies. What witness are we going to call first? If we're going to call, is the client going to testify? There's a lot of questions. You're putting it. It's like you're putting an engine together for a race. You got to have the best parts, together, in order to win the race.
So now that this some of the evidence has been blocked, what's next for this case?
Well, I don't know if they have any other motions. Usually all these motions need to be heard prior to setting the case for trial. Now, I know the judges said, listen, we're going to have to trial in September. Is there any other motion? Perhaps any other witnesses that come up? Obviously, the strategy changes. And once evidence is suppressed, you got to go, you're suppressing the tools to build this race car, so to speak, right? So now you have to build your case with what you have. And now you have to prepare defense. Now that the prosecutors are going to be able to, use the gun and use some of the evidence, now you have to come back and now, have some answers for this. The jury's going to want to know, so this is a win for the prosecution, but that doesn't mean they have a home run.
Legal analyst and attorney Jose Rivas joining us on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Epic Universe on this Friday, 1 year since that park opened. A lot of folks spending their time maybe at the theme parks this weekend. Also want to remind you, we have a special 1 year of Epic Universe special that Fox 35's Reina Nieves is hosting. And she'll have that for us coming up at 3 o'clock right here on Fox Local. One of the people you're going to hear from in that special is Jeff Pope, who is the Executive Vice President and General Manager at Universal's Epic Universe. I had the chance to speak with him about the park, the first year, and what might be in store for the future.
Are celebrating the 1 year anniversary of Epic Universe. Describe to me, well, you were there in the beginning. Describe to me what it was like seeing just a pile of dirt transform into blueprints and then what it is today.
Sure. So yeah, I've been with the company for, I'm in my 37th year now. So I've done a lot of the park projects here over many years. And to some degree, you always expect them to be kind of the same. Like you said, a lot of drawings, a lot of meetings, and then a lot of dirt moving around. And then you got to kind of get it through construction and get it open. But the best part about this project, and it's been now almost a 10-year journey, is that from the time we started to put ideas pen to paper to now, we actually, and it doesn't happen often this way, we actually executed the design almost as fully originally intended, meaning that we came up with some ideas and decided on kind of a strategy of how we wanted the park to operate, and then we designed and built it and have been operating it. And for the most part, we kept really true to the original intent, which is not always common. You go through a lot of things. And by the way, we had the pandemic right in the middle of construction, not to mention that. But in any case, I feel really proud of the executed product because it really came off with all the intents that we had from the original get-go.
Right, and you're not only a leader in this transformation of an amazing project, but you're also leading in sustainability. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it was a great opportunity for us and for the community, we thought, because we really want to be a good community partner on top of everything. So as we built the park, we looked at everything from how we could better the roadway infrastructure around us to not interfere with transportation by using our bus service and all those types of things. But we also felt very strongly that it was important that with a theme park, which is a large industrial complex in many ways, that we were really building it in the most sustainable way possible, including things like we don't really use paper plates or plastic utensils anywhere on purpose because we don't want to be sending those things to the landfill. And we wanted to make sure we had water systems that are very thoughtful and monitored in a way that ensures that not only is the water quality good, but we're also not wasting water in unnecessary ways, and on in terms of building practices. So we are very proud of the efforts that we put forward and actually executed on in delivering a very, very highly sustainable and now ultimately LEED certified product.
Talk to me about how you're feeling. What kind of feedback are you getting from guests, and not only guests, but team members about this entire, you said almost 10-year process?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad you brought up team members too, because we really spent a lot of time focused on the team member experience here in Epic and as the whole park as a whole, because the thing that we know for sure is that the team members are happy in the workspace. They're going to really have a good time in the park and deliver the best experience for our guests. So we really spent a lot of time on that. It was a huge passion project of the entire teams. But in addition to that, on the guest side, the guests have been nothing but effusive with praise in terms of the product. They're really enjoying the intimacy of the product and the entire experience that's wrapped around them every time they walk into the park. All the little details that they can latch onto, live entertainment that's all the way around them, the food product, which is very unique in all instances, the retail product that's very unique in all instances. And I think we've just found this higher level of immersion than we've ever had before. We started this back with Universal Studios Florida in 1990 and Island of Adventure and the Wizarding Worlds of Harry Potter and Volcano Bay, but there's no doubt we have learned that the guests more and more want these very intimate, a personalized approach to theme park experience. And I think Epic has delivered on that on all fronts.
I agree. So we talk about there's obviously room for Epic to grow. What do you foresee for this next year of Epic Universe? All this success in 1 year, what you do foresee for the next year?
Sure. So, well, right now, we're really focused on continuing to dial the product in and listening to the guests as they experience the product and making sure the experience we're giving them is the best it can possibly be. So, for the moment, I'm very focused on what can we do within the park as it exists today. The resort as a whole, though, because the resort is growing and obviously Epic has been a lift to the entire business, but it is still one piece of a bigger experience, which has to do with providing a full week destination experience for our guests. 11,000 hotel rooms now and 4 theme parks. And we want to make sure that the entire experience really meets that expectation and can deliver on capacity. So next year, you're going to see Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift opening in Universal Studios Florida. That's a part of the overall process for the resort. So in terms of Epic, yes, we have lots of space and all that sort of stuff, but we plan to be here for many decades, if not longer, of course. And that gives us room to grow. But the bigger picture is about how can we deliver as a resort on the high demand that we're now seeing that's been brought about because of Epic.
Perfect. We're not only as fans, but people excited to see what the future of the parks holds. So specifically, I know pass holders are specifically anxious about wanting to see potentially Epic being added into the mix. What can you talk to me about in that aspect?
So I would just say that, annual pass holders are really among our most important and cherished guests and customers. But at the same time, we have been very, very cautious and steady about how we are introducing new ticket product, because the one thing we don't want to do is to put the park in a position where we can't deliver on the experience for all guests that are visiting. And as you know, we have lots of annual pass holders. So we have purposefully started with single day tickets back last year. We expanded to be multi-day, multi-park tickets. We'll continue to work towards expanding ticket product. And we already have some offers for annual pass holders out there, but we're going to continue to do that in a very measured way, because what we don't want to do, step too far, too fast, and then have the entire experience fall apart, right? We really want it to be very positive, really measured, and certainly want to make sure that we control it in such a way that the product gets its full due with every single guest that comes to the door. So yes, I can tell you we're working our way in that direction, just not quite there yet.
Understood. Okay. And I guess generic question for you. What's your favorite aspect about Epic Universe?
I think my favorite aspect is being able to walk into almost any space in the park and find a guest that feels like they have found their own personal wow moment. Like they walk into a space and it's theirs, and they're the only ones that's ever noticed it or seen it, they think. And they have attached themselves to it in a very personal and emotional way. I see those all over the place, and it's just a joy to kind of walk in the park and watch the reactions as people see some of these things for the first time. When you're involved with a project for a long time, you don't get that moment where you get to see it yourself for the very first time, because it evolves over time. But I think in many cases, just being able to go out there and watch that, one-to-one with our guests as they experience it is just an unmatched feeling over time.
Amazing to hear. And last question for you. Give me one word to describe the future of Epic Universe.
Epic? Is that the wrong word to use?
No, perfect word.
I always say we measure everything in terms of if it's epic or not. So if it's not epic, we're not doing it. That's kind of how we look at it.
Amazing to hear. Thank you so much.
We are tracking breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. Fox News reporting that Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, announcing her resignation from the Trump administration. This is reporting right now on foxnews.com. I'm going to scroll down so you can see some of the details here. She notified President Trump during a meeting in the Oval Office today. Her last day at the office of the Director of National Intelligence expected to be June 30th. Now, Fox News Digital obtaining her formal resignation letter, in which they say Gabbard said she is deeply grateful for the trust the president placed in me, for the opportunity to lead that office for the last year and a half. The reasoning given in that letter is to step aside and support her husband through a battle with what is described as an extremely rare form of bone cancer. Tulsi Gabbard announcing her resignation from her post as Director of National Intelligence. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. As you spend time likely around the water this holiday weekend, some things you may want to be aware of, some things you may want to watch out for. Some new studies show that Florida leads all states with the most cases of a flesh-eating bacteria known as Vibrio vulnificus. This is over a 5-year period of data, and Florida actually accounts for 234 of the 727 total cases. Again, this is a dangerous bacteria that's found in warm, brackish coastal waters. And Fox 35's Aaron Page had the chance to speak with Dr. Norman Beatty, who is an infectious disease specialist at the University of Florida Health, to tell us what we need to know about this, whether this is something we should be concerned about, and what the takeaways are as we learn more about this.
No one really wants to think about the dangerous things we can't see at the beach. We worry about sharks and rip currents and jellyfish. But what can you tell us about this invisible threat?
Well, on the coast of Florida, mainly on the Gulf Coast, but also on the eastern coast, we have some waterborne bacteria that can cause infections in us. And as we enter into the summer season, into Memorial Day weekend, a lot of us are going to the beach, so we should be thinking a little bit about those threats and trying to mitigate any risks.
Is this something that may have us try to stay out of the water to avoid this?
Well, the first thing I want to say is I want everyone to enjoy our beautiful beaches, enjoy the water, but in certain circumstances, we need to be cautious. So one of the most important things is any wounds that we have. If you already have an existing wound on your body, you have a skin scrape or an opening in the skin, you want to try to keep that wound safe. You want to keep it covered. You want to try to avoid any contamination of salt water in those wounds, because a lot of times these bacteria can enter into the skin in that way.
Yeah, talk to us about that. How does something so microscopic cause such devastating rapid damage, and how is it making headlines now?
Well, these bacteria oftentimes produce toxins, and these toxins trigger the skin and the tissue in our body to kind of melt, essentially. Sometimes they're described as flesh-eating bacteria, but really it's the bacteria, they're toxins that they produce, and they can grow pretty quickly and move pretty fastly under our skin and cause necrotizing infections, oftentimes called necrotizing fasciitis. And so that's why, again, getting back to having a wound, you just want to keep that wound safe, as well as if you develop a wound in the water, you would want to leave the water, clean that wound with some sterile water, maybe some water out of a water bottle, and try to flush it out. And just being aware that that wound may have been contaminated and following it closely.
Is this something you've seen a lot?
Well, getting into these summer months, we do start seeing an increase in visiting our beaches, going out and into our recreational waters, going fishing and wading in the water. You're doing a lot of activity, so there's more human activity in our beaches and our Gulf coasts, and so we do start seeing an increase in these waterborne infections, specifically, the Vibrio vulnificus infection. And that's the one that can be the most devastating.
So I'm looking at some of these numbers here. According to the Florida Department of Health, last summer, I believe 23 people were infected in August and 11 in July. What are some of those early warning signs of this infection that someone may mistake perhaps for a sunbite or sunburn or a bug bite?
And that's a great question, and one important reason why I'm here today. We really want to keep a close eye on these types of wounds that may have been exposed to the salt water, brackish water. Some of the early signs would be just redness around that wound, a swelling around that wound, and possibly some drainage, some fluid that's leaking from it. If those signs are seen, you should go see a doctor. You should have someone examine and explain to the physician or the practitioner that you've had recent exposure to salt or brackish water. That way, we're thinking about some of these waterborne pathogens, specifically Vibrio itself, because that way we can start antibiotics soon. And in my experience, once we start antibiotics early, we see less of the dangerous sequelae that we see sometimes in these infections.
So what would you say for an everyday beachgoer who just wants to enjoy the water? What would you say is the single most non-negotiable rule to prevent even having to go to the doctor?
Yeah, so let's say we have a wonderful day at the beach, and we enjoy the beach, and we're in the water. If you don't have a wound present, and the next day or that day, you don't see any skin changes, then there's nothing to worry about. Really, it's the most common scenario is when we've had a breach in the skin. There's some sort of wound there that developed. It could be small. It could be almost a small little paper cut that has entered the water. But it's really having that breach in the skin, an abrasion, a cut that you may have had before or even developed in the water, stepped on a shell and there's a little cut there. That is really when we really want to keep a close eye on things for 1 to 2 days. And if that small cut or wound, there's no redness, there's no swelling, there's no drainage, there's no pain developing, then the likelihood of infection starting is pretty low.
And let's say in those severe cases, how would you balance how would you balance aggressive antibiotic therapy with potential surgical intervention? Like, what do you look for when someone comes to you telling you that they have Vibrio vibrinicus?
Yeah, we can be at times very aggressive because this infection can move quickly. and we can see the skin and the tissue starting to show signs of death. I mean, the tissue starts to die, and so we need to remove that tissue surgically, as well as start a cocktail of antibiotics that we know work well against this organism. But really, the hope is that anyone watching today will just keep that in mind. You know, if they saw any of those early signs, do not delay. Go see a doctor and just discuss the possibility of this having an infectious process and having antibiotics on board if that's the case. Oftentimes, I see there's been several days of a delay, or even a single whole day. You know, and that wound is now, you know, angry, as we would say. It's red. It's moving past the wound itself. It's, you know, if it's on the lower extremity, it's moved 6, 8, 10 inches. The pain's increasing. Those are red flags. We need to quickly go to see a doctor, even to an emergency department, because, you know, we need to act fast. The hope is to not have to do a surgery, right? The hope is that we can give antibiotics and cure this. But sometimes when patients present, we can already see some of that tissue dying, and we need to remove it.
Dr. Norman Beatty, University of Florida Health. Is there one last thing you want to tell the audience before I let you go?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm glad I can bring awareness to waterborne infections and Vibrio vulnificus. I'm a Floridian myself. I love our beaches, and I just want us all to be thinking about ways to protect our wounds and protect ourselves at the beach. So go out there, enjoy the beaches, and take those precautions.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Dr. Norman Beatty from UF Health. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Interesting developments in court in Hillsborough County earlier today, where one of 5 defendants who has now been convicted in connection with the death of Fulio was sentenced today. We're talking about Alicia Andrews, who was the first defendant to be tried. She was tried separately from the other 4 whose trial we just saw last week, that they were convicted, and then a jury recommended life in prison for those 4 defendants. They were charged with murder. Alicia Andrews was convicted of manslaughter, as she was believed to be the getaway driver, kind of not the main part of all this. And her trial led to a little bit of controversy because the judge who presided over her sentencing today was a different judge than the one who presided over the trial. Her attorneys had argued that they didn't get fair treatment for their client, Alicia Andrews, in that trial for a number of reasons. And we've talked about that in some previous segments with a legal analyst, A.V. Perez. So you can find those on Fox Local and on our YouTube channel. So it came down to today whether Andrews would either be granted a new trial over this or if she would be sentenced. She ended up being sentenced 15 years behind bars for manslaughter in this case. I want to play for you what happened inside the courtroom earlier today in Hillsborough County.
But I will tell you that in this case, I am going to decline to reconsider any of the previous rulings by my predecessor judge, and that's based upon my review of the court file, my review of the transcripts, and my review of everything that counsel for both sides has provided to me. But I will also place on the record that I did go through each and every single one of the defense's assertions with respect to previous rulings that my predecessor judge made with respect to, for instance, the admission of or non-admission of evidence with respect to domestic violence. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but I know that there was disagreements with respect to the charge conference. I know that there was disagreement with respect to the admission of text messages. I know that there was disagreement with respect to the principal instruction. And after having even reviewed all of the defense's assertions as to the defense's argument with respect to errors made by my predecessor judge, I'm going to place on the record that I would not have ruled any differently. So there you have it. And for the record, I'm going to deny your motion for a judgment of acquittal, which was included in your motions for reconsideration of the previous rulings by the predecessor judge. And I will also place on the record that I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal after the jury's verdict as well. So at this juncture, unless there is any legal reason why either side believes that I have not addressed everything, that we cannot proceed to sentencing, please speak up, and I'll start with the state.
Judge, I believe that is all the matters that we're awaiting a ruling, so I think that we can proceed to sentencing.
And defense.
We're still missing a ruling on the motion for new trial.
And I will deny that motion as well, after having reviewed the court file as well as the motion, the defense's motion, and the state's response. Other than that, are there any other outstanding issues that the defense believes that the court needs to address prior to legally proceeding to sentencing?
No, Judge, if all of the motions have been addressed, then there's nothing else that we need to present to the court.
So the other thing that I neglected to place on the record, there was a pre-sentence investigation report that was ordered, and I did read and review that as well. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Was there something else?
Oh, I just, before we proceed, can I have a moment with Ms. Andrews?
Sure. And I don't have any preference as to whether or not the state has, I don't know if the state has any witnesses that they're going to want the court to hear from. If you all want to go first, or I don't have any preference if the defense has any witnesses, them going first.
Judge, we do have the victim's mother, and I'm told she is actually on her way up, so she should be here shortly.
Okay. Let me know then when the defense is ready, after you've had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Andrews. Is the defense ready?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, I couldn't tell. The other thing that I want to place on the record is I received a really odd email Thursday. I have no idea who sent me that email. It does have the case style name of Miss Andrews on it. I can't make heads or tails of what it even means, but because I received some sort of direct email to my work email address in reference to this case, I did make a copy for both the state and the defense, and I've put the copy in the court file. All right, so did we decide, did you want to go first? Did the defense have any witnesses that you all want me to hear from?
No, Judge, the defense will not be calling any witnesses.
Okay, and so we're waiting.
Judge, she is here. Ms. Mace is here.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and I'll let the state call their witnesses.
The state would call Sandrika Mace. Okay. And then we'll ask our victim advocate to come up as well. Okay.
To the Honorable Judge, my name is Sandrika Mays, and I'm the mother of Charles Jones, known to me as Fulio. I stand before this court carrying a pain that no mother should ever have to endure. My son was more than a rapper or a public figure. He was my child. He was deeply loved by his family, his friends, and the people whose lives he touched. Since the day he was taken from us, my life has never been the same. The actions connected to this case did not just take one life. They destroyed an entire family emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. My son was hunted, followed, and ultimately murdered in what authorities describe as a coordinated plot involving multiple individuals. It is extremely painful to hear Alicia Andrews portray herself as someone who didn't know what was going on. While evidence and testimony showed she traveled with the others, tracked my son's movements, and remained involved throughout the events leading to his death. Whether she pulled the trigger or not, my son would still be alive today had people not participated in carrying out this plan. A mother lives with instinct and intuition, and mine tells me that this was not ignorance. This was participation. It was calculated. They planned it. On my way driving here, every second, every minute, every hour, they could have changed their mind. They could have turned around. But yet and still, they carried on the plan to hunt my son down like a deer in the woods, like they were hunting. This was loyalty to violence over humanity. My son was treated like his life did not matter. He was ambushed and robbed of the chance to grow older, become a father one day, continue his career, and simply live. Every birthday, holiday, and family gathering is now filled with grief. I replay the memories of my son constantly. I think about his laugh, his voice, and the moments we will never get back. The trauma from this loss follows me every single day. No sentence will ever bring Charles back to me, but accountability matters. Alicia's family can see her. They can talk to her. She can see her child, but I can't see my child. I have to go to visit him in a wall at the cemetery. I ask this court to remember that behind every headline is a real family suffering permanent damage. My son's life mattered. He was not disposable. The emotional devastation caused by this murder reaches far beyond the courtroom and will affect my life forever. I respectfully ask the court to impose a sentence that reflects the seriousness of the role Alicia Andrews played in the events that led to my son's death, because she knowingly knew what was going on. Choices were made, and those choices had deadly consequences. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of my son, Charles Jones.
Do you have any questions of the witness? Does the defense have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Judge, that's the only witness.
Okay. All right, and the defense not intending to call any witnesses, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so I'll let the state present argument with respect to the recommendation for sentencing.
Yes, Your Honor. We did also receive the defense motion to take judicial notice where they listed, I think, 8 different cases.
I saw that. It was filed in the court file, just for the record, May the 8th of 2026.
And Judge, I noticed that they were either manslaughter cases or leaving the scene of death. However, upon reviewing them, we did note that they are clearly distinguishable from the facts of this case. The majority of them were negotiated pleas and had reasons for a downward departure. Some of them were That was the only reason, was a negotiated plea. Others were mental disorder or unsophisticated manner, isolated incident, and Judge, we would argue that those are completely separate and distinct from the facts that you have in front of you, Judge. This case was originally filed as a murder 2. The jury has spoken, and we respect the jury's verdict. They have found her guilty of a manslaughter, but still, the facts of this case are egregious. We are talking about a person who was hunted down. The people that actually pulled the trigger, they are going to be sentenced later and held responsible for that. But what we're asking the court to do is to give this defendant accountability for her participation in this crime. And we are going to be asking for, she scores at bottom of the guidelines, 9 years prison, Florida State Prison, and we're going to be asking for a 15-year prison sentence based on the serious nature of this particular case and the way that it was conducted and carried out, and also based on the mother of the victim in this case also wanting a serious sentence reflective of the facts and nature of this particular case, Judge.
All right, thank you. Defense?
Yes, thank you, Judge. So we are asking the court not to give a 15-year sentence in this case. We're asking the court actually to depart downward under 921.0026, Section 2B. Judge, in that section specifically states the defendant was an accomplice to the offense and was a relatively minor participant in the criminal conduct. We believe that applies here. We also believe there are some other subsections that apply, but that one in particular, just based off of the jury's verdict in this case, where there are 4 other co-defendants who were convicted of much higher offenses that were actually facing the death penalty. The state recognizes that there was a difference between those co-defendants and Ms. Andrews, and the fact that they were convicted and are likely to be sentenced or will be sentenced to life in this case. Ms. Andrews' role, after having read all the transcripts and gone through the trial, is very much minor when compared to those co-defendants in this case. So we're asking the court to go below the guidelines. The reason why I cited or filed a motion to take judicial notice of the 8 cases that I did send over to the court is not because those cases are mirror images of this case. This case is probably a unicorn. I'm not, based off of the motions that we filed, right, the motions for new trial and the motions for reconsideration, Judge, we obviously believe that the facts of this case don't amount to a manslaughter charge. There was no manslaughter here at all in this case, and that was argued out in the motions, and so I won't go over that. But this case, to find another case that's exactly like it, was not really our intent. But we don't know that that would actually ferret out. But that's not really our intent. The intent of filing a motion to take judicial notice of these 8 cases is to see a range of different sentences for people who've been convicted of either manslaughter or some sort of act that resulted in a death that wasn't an intentional act. And so all of those cases, if we go down the list, right, State of Florida versus Vango Stedman, that individual received 7 years in the Department of Corrections followed by 8 years of probation. He scored exactly the same amount of total sentencing points as Ms. Andrews, and in that instance, he made a statement, a spontaneous statement at the scene to officers that he shot him. I shot him, were his words, right? In a situation like that, that's obviously more egregious than any acts that Ms. Andrews is accused of doing or committing. Going down the line, Francisco Vallejo, State of Florida, that was a 2000 case. In that situation, the victim was shot numerous times outside of a trailer park, and the defendant was initially charged with second-degree murder. He pled down to manslaughter. He received a 5-year sentence in the Department of Corrections. He had the same amount of total sentencing points as Alicia Andrews at 176. There are people who had even more total sentencing points. Michelle Diane Young, that's the 3rd case cited there. That individual had 180.2 total sentencing points, received a 5-year sentence in the Department of Corrections followed by 10 years of probation. And all of these individuals that I list, and I won't go through each one, but it's all attached to the motion to take judicial notice. All of their score sheets, all of their arrest affidavits, the judgment and sentences. All these individuals, none of them got 15-year sentences. The state is asking for the max on someone who's never been convicted of anything before in her life. This is her first offense, and for reasons that are cited in the motions, the replies, Ms. Andrews will be taking an appeal on the case, on the jury decision and the rulings that were made in the trial, right? And so she does intend to have a new trial if the appellate court grants it. So she's not testifying here today, and no one else, no witnesses are testifying here today for that reason. So we're asking the court not to take into account the fact that Ms. Andrews is not on the stand testifying, or that her parents are not on the stand testifying on her behalf. And we're asking the court to depart below the guidelines to give her a credit time served, and followed by 5 years of probation.
Anything else from either side before I impose sentence?
No, Your Honor. No, Judge.
All right. So the court, having obviously reviewed the trial transcripts, the court file, all the evidence in this case, the pre-sentence investigation report, the argument of counsel, it's the judgment sentence in order this court to adjudicate the defendant guilty, sentence her to 15 years in the Florida State Prison. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you. You all let me know when you're ready on Casal, please. Okay, thank you.
Alicia Andrews sentenced to 15 years for that manslaughter charge in Hillsborough County earlier today. And you also heard from the mother of Charles Jones, the rapper Fulio, who took the stand there and spoke in court today ahead of that sentencing as well. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus, seeing the presidential motorcade arriving at a rainy Joint Base Andrews in Maryland, where President Trump will soon board Air Force One. He is going to be making a trip up to New York, where he is going to be speaking a little bit later this afternoon at Rockland Community College in Suffern, New York. We will have that live streaming for you on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. Again, that's supposed to start at 3 o'clock. As you well know, it will likely start later than that, but we will live stream that for you on our YouTube page. We are also continuing to follow the breaking news this afternoon of the resignation of Tulsi Gabbard, resigning from the Director of National Intelligence position. President Trump posting this on Truth Social just minutes ago, saying, unfortunately, after having done a great job, Tulsi Gabbard will be leaving the administration on June 30th. Her wonderful husband, Abraham, has been recently diagnosed with a rare form of bone cancer, and she rightfully wants to be with him, bringing him back to good health as they currently fight a tough battle together. I have no doubt he will soon be better than ever. Tulsi has done an incredible job, and we will miss her. Her highly respected Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Aaron Lucas, will serve as Acting Director of National Intelligence. That post on Truth Social signed President Donald Trump. He also included the resignation letter from Tulsi Gabbard that she submitted to the president. He posted an image of that, so we can read through that here. It says, "Dear Mr. President, I'm deeply grateful for the trust you placed in me and for the opportunity to lead the Office of the Director of National Intelligence for the last year and a half. Unfortunately, I must submit my resignation effective June 30th, 2026. My husband Abraham has recently been diagnosed with an extremely rare form of bone cancer. He faces major challenges in the coming weeks and months. At this time, I must step away from public service to be by his side and fully support him through this battle. Abraham has been my rock throughout our 11 years of marriage, standing steadfast through my deployment to East Africa on a joint special operations mission, multiple political campaigns, and now my service in this role. His strength and love have sustained me through every challenge. I cannot, in good conscience, ask him to face this fight alone while I continue in this demanding and time-consuming position. While we have made significant progress at the ODNI, advancing unprecedented transparency and restoring integrity to the intelligence community, I recognize there is still important work to be done. I'm fully committed to ensuring a smooth and thorough transition over the coming weeks so that you and your team experience no disruption in leadership or momentum. Thank you for your understanding during this deeply personal and difficult time for our family. I will remain forever grateful to you and to the American people for the profound honor of serving our nation as DNI. With love and aloha, Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence." So again, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, submitting her resignation effective June 30th to support her husband as he battles a rare form of bone cancer. Still awaiting, well, looks like Air Force One going to be departing soon as he heads to New York, again, to speak at Rockland Community College in Suffern, New York at 3 o'clock. We will live stream that for you on Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Epic Universe on this Friday, the 1-year anniversary of that park opening. It has there's been a lot that has happened there in the past year, but folks already looking ahead to what might be next for that park. Potential expansions, potential changes there, and Fox 35's Raina Nieves spoke with Theron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info, to look at what could lie beyond the portals.
Okay, Theron, it's Epic Universe's 1-year anniversary. How are you feeling? What do you think of the park?
Well, I think they've done a truly incredible job. When it comes to building a new theme park anywhere, it's a huge undertaking. But when you build it in the theme park capital of the world, you have to make a statement. And I think that Universal Epic Universe has done that in the past year. And they've built a really strong base. We'll have to see what happens in the next 5 and 10 years about how they're going to modify the park, add in new attractions and things like that. But from what we've seen in the first year, they have really, really impressed people. And I think they've pulled some fans from some of the other parks to go and finally try out Universal if they've never done that before.
Super exciting stuff. So to celebrate the park's anniversary, they are featuring Captain Cacao, ready to meet guests. What do you think of this?
I think that is a wonderful 1-year anniversary, and I'm wondering if we might get a few more details this summer about what they're going to do. But Captain Cacao is this original character that was built for Celestial Park, one of the lands inside of Epic Universe. And his merchandise sold so well that during the team member previews, they actually bought all the merchandise before the park could even open. Universal had to rush to get out some additional merchandise, and he's been a fan favorite ever since. I mean, this is an original, adorable character who not only is part of the lands, but just kind of continues to expand what Universal has as their original character lineup. So now that he's going to be meeting guests inside of the park, I just think, I mean, it's a teddy bear that you can meet that is all themed to candy and chocolate. I don't think you can lose in that aspect.
So cute. So exciting to see what comes with that. But we're going to get technical here, and we're going to talk about some sort of expansion that's going to happen pretty soon. And to think of this park just being 1 year opened and how quickly it's expanding, it's pretty great news to see.
It definitely is. Universal, they've taken down the signs since then, but they actually had signage up in Celestial Park that talked about an expansion at one of their locations that was expected to be a restaurant. That was taken down, and I think it's because some of the restaurants they've built are so successful and have such high capacity that maybe they don't need that right now. But that does not mean that they are slowing down. We can already see that they're working on construction near the Harry Potter area in Celestial Park, and there's rumors that it's happening for every single one of the lands. I think it's going to take a couple of years until we see some of this officially debut, but as we're seeing here with Captain Cacao, they can make something pop out here, and then the ride can open, and then something else can open, and I think they've got a ton of room for expansion. I'm just hoping that the next things that we get, they're going to be indoor attractions, because right now, the weather is what really makes the park struggle the most.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing we're going to chat about is this big show building you mentioned in Harry Potter world. What do you think we can make of this? And Universal, they really don't reveal so many details in the beginning, but what can you make of this?
Yeah, you are correct. Universal really does not like to reveal a lot of details. I mean, I remember when they were building the Velocicoaster at Islands of Adventure, they called it a churro stand up until the last possible minute. We could see roller coaster track in the park and they still would not acknowledge it. So I don't think that Universal is going to reveal any details, but to me, it seems pretty obvious that it's going to be a large-scale indoor ride. I don't know what type it's going to be, but the land is just built for it. They could use the additional capacity. People obviously love Harry Potter. I mean, Harry Potter is the king when it comes to the Universal theme parks around the world. So I think we're going to get a fantastic indoor attraction. I just don't know what it's going to be right now, but I think it will be very, very welcome to the day that it does open.
Really exciting. And we also got word of some potential land being cleared out near Universal Boulevard, just across the street-ish, that area by Epic Universe. Anything you can speculate there?
For that, my best guess is that maybe that's a hotel or something else they want to build. Because it's just far enough away from the park, it's not walking distance, I couldn't see it being something like a city walk, especially because it's directly across from Icon Park, which is already its own shopping and dining district. To me, if they're going to do something there, it's probably going to be a hotel, or maybe it's even going to be some backstage stuff, some operations just for Universal themselves, maybe corporate buildings to move that away from some of their other theme parks. I don't think it's going to be a monumental changing experience just because it's just far enough away from the parks where it would be inconvenient in that place.
I can see that. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna get down into some fan speculation, maybe some myths, and maybe some things that possibly could come within the next couple years of Epic Universe. So the biggest fan theories online are possibly a Zelda expansion. Wicked is another big one, Wizard of Oz, and Harry Potter. Now, there is evidence of Zelda being canon at Epic Universe. So talk to me about that one first.
Yeah, the ones you mentioned are definitely some of the top rumors that I've heard again and again and again. I mean, like you said, Zelda is already inside of Celestial Park at the Nintendo store. There is no hiding that those characters and those designs are in there. So I definitely think that Universal wants to bring Zelda to their parks somehow. There's been rumors that maybe it goes to Epic Universe, maybe it goes to Islands of Adventure, maybe the plans got changed up from the time that they built that. But, I mean, the fact that you can go into that store and every single character represented in there has a ride or a meet and greet except Zelda, it seems pretty obvious that that's something that they definitely want to push into and maybe do very, very soon. When we look at some of the others like Wizard of Oz, that was such a big experience for Universal. When we look at
A lot of questions for the future of that park. You'll hear more about that in our special coming up at 3 o'clock right here on Fox Local. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Several things we are monitoring at this 2 o'clock hour that I want to let you know of, and some things you can expect coming up in just a little bit. We are going to check in with our Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berger and give you your Memorial Day forecast as we head into a holiday weekend for a lot of folks. We also expect to be joined live by Senator Ashley Moody, going to be speaking exclusively with Fox 35 today at an event in Orange County. That will be coming up in just a little bit. So we look forward to having the senator on. We are also continuing to follow new developments from court records that are giving us a little bit of additional background in the deadly ambush in Lake County that happened just a couple of years ago, and some warnings that may have gone unheeded in that case. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger joining me live now here in our streaming studio. And Marie, I know you've been looking into these documents and previous reports years before this happened. Set this up for us.
Sure. I'll give some background on this case first, just in case people don't remember. On August 2nd of 2024, The Lake County Sheriff's Office was called out to a home that's kind of an unincorporated Eustis area. These back roads, dirt roads, it's way out there. They got a call because a woman named Julie Sulpizio, who lives at a home on that street, was fighting with neighbors and allegedly assaulting them. Deputies went out and kind of dealt with that. That seemed, according to their reports, that Julie Sulpizio was having some sort of mental break, and so they detained her. And then, for one reason or another, they got concerned about the other people in the household. That was Julie's husband, Michael Sulpizio, and her 2 daughters, Cheyenne and I'm sadly blanking on the second girl's name, but I'll remember it shortly, I'm sure. The 2 of them were in their early 20s, and when deputies went inside to check on the 3 of them, they were met immediately with gunfire. Master Deputy Bradley Link was killed. There was another deputy shot in the wrist. Another deputy later shot several times through the wall. He wound up in critical condition, but he did survive. When deputies went back into the home, once SWAT was able to get there and they were able to get more personnel on scene, they found that the 2 young girls and their adoptive father, Michael Sulpizio, had all, according to the report, killed themselves using the guns that they had in there. When deputies later went through the home, they found more than 20 weapons that included rifles, shotguns, handguns. They had stockpiled ammunition. There were gas masks. There were bug-out kits. There was body armor and MREs and water stockpiled for what appeared to be kind of doomsday prepping, according to the reports there. They also found a lot of anti-government paraphernalia, and there were people shouting from the inside about something about their king. One of the girls shouted, "My king will kill all of you," according to the report there. And this all seemed to be an ambush by, according to court records, Julie Sulpizio. She is the only survivor from this family, and she is now facing 1 count of first-degree murder on a law enforcement officer, 7 counts of attempted first-degree murder on a law enforcement officer. She's up against the death penalty. It turns out that there were warnings about this family for years prior to this. I talked with the former stepmother of the 2 girls. Her name is Rochelle Eldridge, and so she married the biological father of the girls. She says that in 2019, she called DCF. We have that sheriff's office report now because they were an assisting agency in this. She had reported that the girls were being physically abused, hit with switches, she said. She said the girls looked raggedy, that they were barely allowed outside the house and not allowed to communicate with neighbors, that they were isolated inside and homeschooled, that if it was raining outside, that they were forced to wear gas masks, and that they were told that the world was coming to an end. And this series of allegations was investigated by DCF and by the Lake County Sheriff's Office in 2019. And that report from the Sheriff's Office says they talked to Michael Sulpizio, who said, nope, everything fine here. They talked to Julie Sulpizio, who said, nope, everything fine here. And allegations that she herself was being abused. She said that's not happening. And then they talked to the 2 girls, who also said, no, we're not being abused. And okay, we have some limitations on when we can go outside or what we can do, but that's only because we're teenagers and all teenagers have restrictions. So the Sheriff's Office also, according to their report, said a DCF investigator did look inside the home. They found no gas mask and no bunker and no evidence of doomsday prepping. That was in 2019, and we obviously know now that all of those things were right there, and that at least some degree, according to the Lake County Sheriff, of brainwashing was occurring for those 2 girls. He'd said that in a press conference shortly after this ambush. The woman I talked with, Rochelle Eldridge, also says that she'd made a report to DCF in 2004. I did request that report numerous times, but DCF says it does not share details of investigations because they involve minors. You may note that the people involved in this investigation have passed away. DCF says it's still not sharing. They wouldn't even confirm whether they got a call in 2004. Rochelle Eldridge says she did make that call, and we do have record of her 2019 call. And And it's just a shame now, looking back and seeing that she says this could have been prevented, and this paperwork does look like that might be the case.
So, as this case moves forward now, obviously interesting findings in that report. Still a lot that, like you said, that the agencies will not comment on. But what happens now with the case against Julie Sulpizio and where things stand with that?
Sure. So there's been a couple advancements. It's Cheyenne and Savannah is the other girl. I apologize for forgetting her name earlier. Their grandmother attempted to claim their life insurance policies. That case was working its way through, but she went into default, and it's been essentially tossed out, except that the life insurer says that they now want their attorney's fees paid. So that's working its way through. Julie Sulpizio has just been deemed competent to stand trial. She had been in and out of various state medical facilities. She's been diagnosed with bipolar schizoaffective disorder that at one time, actually twice, rendered her incapable of standing trial. She was deemed incompetent. So that doesn't mean she was insane at the time of this event. It just means that in this moment, she could not assist her attorney or might not have been able to understand the court proceedings. So she had to go to a state hospital to get treatment. And once that treatment seemed to be working, she gets cleared. She does now have a message from that state hospital saying she has been cleared. So there is a competency hearing coming up next month on the 26th, I believe, of June, where they'll decide whether she can move forward with her prosecution and with that trial. There have also been a lot of filings for discovery from both sides. We know that both sides are planning to bring up her medical records. Some of that, so for instance, for her defense team, they're planning to bring up her the videos of interviews with the doctors who deemed her incompetent. On the other side, the state is planning to mention her medical records, such as her medical marijuana card, and they are bringing up records from dispensaries she visited. They also do mention other medical records, which are numerous, and they're interviewing lots of people from the Sulpizio family who say that they've lost contact with that branch of the family. A lot of people said that they had not seen Cheyenne or Savannah in many, many years and were cut off from the family. So if this does go to trial, then we expect to hear quite a bit about that.
It's been a sad case on a number of levels. Master Deputy Bradley Link killed in that. We know 2 other deputies injured in that ambush, and we'll see what happens as this case moves forward. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, we appreciate you looking into this, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live.
Of course.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And we're going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay joining us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, we're going to begin today over in Clearwater with a terrifying story where a woman was assaulted inside of her garage by an armed man who got inside. Now, fortunately, after the assault, she was able to fight him off and get away and call 911 from a neighbor's house. And after deputies arrived, this man did end up being shot and killed by them. So according to the Clearwater Police Department, the suspect was armed with a knife, forced his way into the woman's garage early this morning, assaulted her, and after she was able to escape and call 911, deputies showed up. They surrounded the home, and after they surrounded the home, Garrett, they saw that garage door close. So they assumed that the suspect was barricading himself inside. They repeatedly called for the suspect to surrender, and after getting no response, a tactical team breached a sliding glass door, and they actually sent in a drone first inside the house to search for the suspect, and then those deputies went inside the house and began searching room by room. Now, Clearwater Police Chief Eric Gandy says as deputies encountered the suspect, they encountered him as they moved toward the garage, and that is when that suspect, he said, pointed a firearm at these Pinellas County deputies and shouted expletives at them. And that's when deputies opened fire, killing the suspect. Now, we do have to say none of those deputies nor the homeowner were injured. But as of right now, investigators say they don't know who the suspect is, and they're just referring to him as John Doe. They say that the suspect is a white man believed to be between 30 and 40 years old. And as of right now, the motive for this armed home invasion remains unclear. And it is also unclear what, if any, relationship this suspect had to the victim. Now, those two deputies with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office who were involved in this shooting, they have been placed on paid administrative leave, which is standard protocol. Now, you may hear me referring to the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office and Pinellas County deputies. It was Pinellas County deputies who were involved, but the Clearwater Police Department is involved with the investigation of this deputy-involved shooting. So it was a very scary situation this morning over in Clearwater, and as of right now, we still have a lot of questions that remain unanswered, but that woman whose home was broken into this morning, she was able to fight off this armed intruder and get away and call 911, and that suspect was shot and killed this morning by Pinellas County deputies. Garrett?
A scary situation. There's no doubt about that. Also, Nancy, huge development today in the Alicia Andrews case, all part of this Fulio death and long road to this trial that we saw. So give us the update on Alicia Andrews today.
Yeah, so Alicia Andrews was sentenced today. She received 15 years in prison. Now, this sentencing comes about 7 months after she was convicted of manslaughter for the shooting death of rapper Fulio, whose real name is Charles Jones. Now, that rapper is 26 years old when he was shot and killed in June of 2024 in a hotel parking lot near the University of South Florida. Investigators say Jones was in Tampa celebrating his birthday and had posted his location on social media. Jones, he was from the Jacksonville area. Now, prosecutors argued that Andrews had helped her then boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, and 3 other men track and stalk the rapper across several Tampa nightclubs before the fatal ambush. Because she was not a member of the gang, detectives say the group used her phone and car to help them avoid police detection. Now, while the defense argued that Andrews was a minor accomplice and pushed for a new trial, the judge ultimately denied that request. Now, the 4 men who were charged alongside Andrews were all found guilty of first-degree murder last Friday. They are being scheduled for a formal sentencing on June 22nd, but a jury recommended that those 4 men all spend the rest of their life in prison. Again, a judge will formally sentence them on June 22nd. Garrett?
All right, and finally, Nancy, we're learning more about a victim killed in a suspected DUI crash this week.
Yeah, so that crash happened early last Sunday morning on I-75 in Port Charlotte, and it did claim the life of 21-year-old Lauren Akey, and now her mother is choosing to focus on the joy and the profound love that her daughter brought to everyone who knew her. Her mother says she wants everyone to know who Lauren was, her spirit, and how kind she was. Now, again, she did live in Bradenton, and her mother says she lived her life to the fullest, whether she was cheering on her University of South Florida Bulls or spending hours fishing with her boyfriend or attending concerts to see her favorite artist. That would be Taylor Swift. Now, the Florida Highway Patrol says her life was cut short early Sunday morning by a wrong-way accused drunk driver on I-75. Akey was actually driving home from a wedding and had just texted her family minutes before that crash, telling them she had gotten gas and that she loved them. Now, she was preparing for a future dedicated to helping others. Lauren was set to graduate from the University of South Florida next year, planned to become a nurse. Her mother says Lauren's life was just on the horizon and she would have done amazing things. Now, in the wake of this tragedy, Akey's friends have started the hashtag Live Like Lauren, creating a space on social media to share her impact. Her mother says looking at Lauren's smile shows how loved she was, adding that she brought people together and loved hard. Troopers say 53-year-old Dennis Lee Olson of Lehigh Acres was driving drunk when his Ford F-150 made a U-turn onto oncoming traffic on I-75, hitting Lauren's car and another vehicle. Test results showed that Olson's blood alcohol level was 0.222%, which is nearly 3 times Florida's legal limit. Olson has a prior history of driving while impaired. He was convicted of that in Minnesota. He is now facing charges of vehicular homicide and DUI manslaughter. A Charlotte County judge ordered him held without bond. The state attorney's office indicates that Olson could face additional charges. The crash also seriously injured a woman and 2 children from Arcadia in a separate vehicle, leaving 1 child requiring surgery. Lauren's family is asking those who are impacted by her everlasting legacy to help it keep shining bright. Her mother wants everyone to focus on being like Lauren, looking at her love and being a sparkler of light in this world. And I have to tell you, Garrett, once the story was posted on our website last night, it was one of our most clicked on stories and continues to be one of our most clicked on stories. Again, Lauren's mother encouraging everyone to live like Lauren and be a light in the world.
Yeah, heartbreaking details of that, but certainly someone to remember. There's no doubt about that. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me now as we head into a holiday weekend, Noah, and we are kind of feeling the heat here.
We are in the humidity. That's the big difference. You know, much of the country, Garrett, after a up and down spring, everybody's warm and humid, just in time for the holiday weekend. So we do have lots to track out there for you. First, I want to take you outside. Here's our wall of cameras, and notice we have a lot of clouds. A lot more clouds today than the last few days, and this is in part by some early thunder showers on the beach, not the beaches, but the I-95 corridor from late this morning, and those clouds have gotten pushed inland. So a little bit cloudier today than it was the last few days, but rain is still pretty limited in the grand scheme of things. Here's Storm Tracker radar out there right now, and notice we've got most of those showers that are east of Orlando, around the Bithlo area, over towards UCF and Oviedo. We're tracking some thunder showers coming in from the east. There's not a lot of lightning with this. Geneva, a couple flashes of lightning. Also by Lake Jessup, we're tracking some lightning out there right now. This is drifting towards the Lake Mary area, so if you're outside in Lake Mary or have plans to, take note of that. Right in the center of Lake Mary Boulevard, a little brief shower and downpour. This is just kind of meandering around. It'll probably be towards Heathrow in the Markham Woods area in the next 10 to 15 minutes. We'll keep an eye on that. Further to the north, some light showers a couple of miles inland from the beaches. So the beach communities themselves are dry, but right along Daytona National Speedway, right along I-95, a couple of light showers. These should all rain themselves out within the next hour or so. Look to our north, there's a lot more rain across the deep south. You can see that there from the panhandle of Florida up through Alabama and Tennessee. All of that rain is not coming here. It's going to fall apart before it gets here. All right, so here's what we're tracking for you tonight. Temperatures going to be nice, sunny, going to be around. It's looking mostly sunny really through the next several days, other than at least the next couple of hours. Steady heat, temperatures are going to be pretty much 90 plus for as far out as we can tell. There's no major change of the temperatures for a bit here. Now, Memorial Day on Monday, I think it's going to be pretty dry. Now, tomorrow being Saturday, slightly better chance of evening thunder showers in parts of our area. I'll talk to you about that in a second. But Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, the rain chances go down. In fact, the what we call the NBM, the National Blend of Models, so in other words, a blend of every single computer model we have, the probability of rain Sunday and Monday is like 10%. In fact, I think it's actually 8. And today and tomorrow, it's 35 to 40. So there's a big drop in the amount of rain coverage Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, which is why I say Memorial Day Monday, for the most part, looks pretty dry and good. So that's what we're tracking in your headlines out there for this weekend. And here's how it is visually. The areas in bright green is where the chances for rain and storms will be highest as we go forward. It's looking like especially areas from Orlando and west, and I really think we'll see that tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day where the areas in green will probably get some decent coverage of showers and storms out there, especially, let's say, the theme parks over towards Winter Garden, Ocoee, Clearmont, places like that over towards Ocala. So if you're hitting up the theme parks tomorrow, I was considering in the afternoon myself hitting up Hollywood Studios to do the new rock and roller coaster. Maybe an evening thunder shower at Disney, but I think the afternoon and the morning will be dry there. You can tell where it's rained and it hasn't. Temperature just 78 right now in Bithlo. It's 90 in downtown Orlando, 90 in Ocala, 90 in the Villages, 91 Clearmont, 92 in Winter Haven. So it is hot and steamy where it has not rained. We've had a few light showers scattered about there earlier this afternoon, and that'll continue to be the trend here as we head forward through the later afternoon and the evening. So temperatures tonight into the mid-70s, a mix of clouds out there. Tomorrow, similar temperatures to today, upper 80s to near 90 at the beaches, low 90s once you work your way inland. If you're heading to Epcot tomorrow, it's a hot day at the parks. We'll watch maybe a pop-up thunder shower before the fireworks. I would say maybe like 7-ish if there's a thunder shower at Epcot, but most of the day at Walt Disney World and Universal should be dry for tomorrow. Your weekend boating, southeast winds 10 to 20, 2 to 4 footers. High tide's about 4 p.m. Low tide is about 10 o'clock in the morning this weekend. So if you're going to be on the beach or boating, things for the most part really look pretty good. And again, the futurecast here, I'll let this play so you can see. Tonight, it's mostly west. Tomorrow, mostly areas west. You can see that there. They're going into Sunday, Garrett. We're going to get a lot lower rain chances. So if you're heading out to the beaches or boating, things are really going to be fine. The summary here is the further west you are, the higher the chance of rain. So maybe you're going to see family or friends in St. Pete or Clearwater, Sarasota. If you're going to that part of the state, you will certainly get hit by a big deluge late in the day. But if you're going to be at Cocoa Beach or New Smyrna or something like that, the chances of rain are pretty low.
And then mostly dry on Mondays. That's good.
That
news.
looks good. Any parades or events or theme parks, barbecues, looks good. Just typical heat.
All right. Yeah. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon live on Fox Local. And we are pleased to be joined this afternoon by Senator Ashley Moody, a Republican from Florida who is right here in town today in Orlando and joining us live now. Senator Moody, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Of course, it's my honor. I'm here with Sheriff Mina and the great folks of his team at a school where we're handing out ice cream. It's just a fabulous event. It would make anybody in this community proud of their sheriff's department. So happy to join them.
Yeah, we've got some video playing right now from just a few minutes ago when you were in the ice cream truck that we know the sheriff's office bought using money seized from drug dealers. And just talk to us about what that experience was like, getting to interact with the kids there at the Top Kids Academy and give them some ice cream.
Oh, as Attorney General, I was always looking for ways to praise either community organizations or law enforcement that found ways to build trust between the law enforcement departments and the community members that they served. And what a remarkable idea to use seized drug money to buy an ice cream truck. The sheriff himself is out here serving ice cream to kids. They try and go into neighborhoods where they want to make sure the community understands that they can have positive interactions with law enforcement, that they're here to be their friends and their helpers and their guardians. And you really got the sense today that these kids were so excited to see the sheriff's deputies, and they were all involved. If they were handing out ice cream or playing with the kids or handing out toys, certainly it warmed my heart. As a former Attorney General, now the United States Senator on behalf of the state of Florida, as you know, I am always working for ways to support the men and women in law enforcement, and in doing so, strengthen the safety of our communities.
When you talk about safety of our communities and the drug epidemic that we are fighting, I know that you have really kind of focused lately several pieces of legislation that you're sponsoring looking at addressing that. We're talking about the PRESS Act, the Halt Fentanyl Act. Why is that so important, that legislation?
Yeah, as you remember, when I was Florida Attorney General, we were combating the opioid epidemic and really the fentanyl crisis head on. Fentanyl is one of the most dangerous drugs. It is very lethal. I was proud to say when I was Attorney General, we led the nation in fentanyl interdiction, but we also tried to make sure that our first responders were equipped with naloxone to save lives, make sure that people knew where they could go to get treatment. So now, as the newest United States Senator, I haven't let up. We're seeing a decrease in our overdose deaths. That is such positive news, but we can't take our foot off the gas pedal. So within my first few months as United States Senator, I supported and we got passed the Halt Fentanyl Act, which scheduled some of these synthetic fentanyl drugs. And then we have just introduced a PRESS Act, which would make illegal the illicit press machines that we see the traffickers take these synthetic materials like fentanyl and other drugs, make them look like prescription drugs, but they're really dangerous, lethal, illicit substances. And our kids, many Americans are taking these, not even knowing what they're taking and dying. So working hard to get that legislation across the finish line, but proud that we were able to pass the Halt Fentanyl Act, and taking everything that I learned as Attorney General and making sure we're getting it done in Washington. It's really an honor to serve.
Senator, I want to ask you about Cuba. I know you were in Miami this week when the indictment of Raul Castro was announced in that news conference alongside the acting Attorney General at the Freedom Tower in Miami. I know you said that you wouldn't have missed that was very important to be there. Why do you believe that indictment is so important, and what do you want to see happen next with Cuba and with that case so that the indictment is not just symbolic?
Yeah, so as you know, an indictment is the first step in any criminal case. So a federal grand jury returned that indictment against Raul Castro and others that were involved in the shooting down of planes that had American citizens in them, and that took place over international waters. And for decades, the families of the victims, others within the Cuban American community have been pushing to the Department of Justice and the United States of America to bring charges, because we always knew who ordered that shoot down, that it was Raul Castro, that he was involved, and it was never a whodunit kind of case. And I was down in South Florida 3 months ago on the anniversary of that tragic day, the murder of those 4 American nationals, and I said, this is not a cold case. We know who did this. This can be a case that can be prosecuted. We can push forward. We need not only the federal prosecutors to bring that indictment before a grand jury, let a grand jury decide. You know, a grand jury is pulled from the community, let them decide and hear the evidence. And then we have to have an administration that would support that, because as you know, we're dealing with foreign nationals here. And so, you know, I was so proud to be there for the anniversary and push for that indictment. And when we announced it, that was a great day. So thank you for asking about that. I think it's an exciting thing for Cuban Americans and really all Floridians who have stood up against tyranny and against those that wish to oppress their own people.
Well, Senator Ashley Moody, I know you have other places to be, and I know we are out of time here, but thank you so much for taking the time to join us live from Orlando this afternoon and talk with us here on Florida Live today.
Great to be with you.
We are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live, and to give you a live look right now in New York, where Air Force One has just landed, and we will soon see President Trump get off of the plane. He is going to be speaking at an event around 3 o'clock, and again, we'll be live streaming that for you on Fox 35 Orlando as he speaks at the Rockland Community College in Suffern, New York. Going to be joining Congressman Mike Lawler, a New York Republican, at a re-election campaign event. And again, that is the president expected to speak shortly. So again, we'll be live streaming that for you on YouTube. Shifting gears here a little bit and talking some baseball on this Friday. We know we are watching what's happening with the Rays stadium negotiations closely. In the Bay Area. Progress this week on negotiations. Not only that, happening off the field, but the Tampa Bay Rays are the best team in baseball right now. They are succeeding on the field and really turning some heads with what they're doing. But we are also looking toward the future and knowing that Major League Baseball and the Major League Baseball Players Association have reportedly begun negotiations on the next collective bargaining agreement. This is something that has led to lockouts at times, labor disputes, things that have kept players off of the field and canceled some games even at times in the past. The current CBA expires in December, and it's very unlikely. Experts believe that there would be any sort of agreement before then. We could end up seeing a lockout that was similar to what we saw just a few years ago. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with Evan Drellick, who is the senior writer with The Athletic, about these negotiations, the importance of them, what we can expect to see, and whether President Trump might even step in at some point when it comes to these negotiations.
We are just getting underway. The first conversation the sides have is an opening proposal presentation where they share their worldview, how they look at the economics and the state of the game. The owners, unsurprisingly, are portraying it in need of a large fix. The players a little happier with the status quo. The next step, and what will take up a lot of time, create a lot of consternation, is the actual economic proposals and other proposals. It's not just the economics that they need to go over, but the owners are probably going to propose a salary cap, which baseball does not have, while basketball, football, and basketball and all the other major sports do have it. And this is a revival of an old fight in baseball. They fought about this before, 94, 95, when there was a strike that canceled the World Series. And so the big question here is, how long does this take for them to resolve, and does baseball end up with the salary cap?
And last time we saw this resolution well past the point of missing spring training games. How likely is it that something like that happens again?
Nobody involved who I've spoken to, who's following along, believes this gets resolved any earlier than it has to, meaning March. Last time, the last lockout, the 2021-2022 lockout, ended on March 10th, which was just enough time that they could still play a full 162 game regular season. And they were able to do a truncated, roughly 3-week spring training, but it's certainly not anywhere close to the normal length of time the players and also the fans in places like Florida and Arizona are used to seeing leading into the season. So I would expect a shortened spring training whenever it begins. And by the way, it's possible they don't have an agreement in March and it continues on.
And looking at the two sides, from the commissioner's office side, this is Rob Manfred's last CBA negotiation. From the Players Association side, we're seeing a completely new executive director. What does that kind of switch over and turnover mean for the state of these negotiations?
Yeah, it's interesting. Rob Manfred, the commissioner of baseball, says he does plan to retire in 2029, which would mean this would be his last collective bargaining agreement, at least on the major league side. There's now a minor league CBA that gets negotiated as well, and that'll be in the following year. We'll see if Rob Manfred ends up retiring. He could very well intend to, but sometimes, as we saw with his predecessor, Bud Selig, commissioners want to come back or are asked to come back. And so to be seen. But, you know, the interesting part about Manfred here is, does he have concern for his own legacy, and in what ways? You know, if he gets a salary cap for the owners, that's a big change that certainly in ownership and management circles, he'd be lauded for forever. If he shuts down the sport for a long time to get that salary cap, fans are going to be really angry, and it's going to be ultimately a stain on his legacy if there is a major work stoppage in baseball. So the question of what does Rob Manfred want is an interesting one. The union has been in some turmoil. Tony Clark, the former executive director, stepped down, was pushed out in February amid scandal. The number 2 has been elevated to the interim director. He's already been at the union. He's not a new entrant to the union, but he's certainly new leading the overall operation. Bruce Meyer is his name. He was previously the lead negotiator for the union. Now he's running the whole thing. Overall, it's not great in a year you start collective bargaining if you're the union to have a leadership change. And the backdrop of that is there's been a federal investigation into the way Tony Clark, the former executive director, and other union officials may have handled union finances. There's been no indictment at this point, but that looms over everything. And so the union, typically one of the strongest in sports, is there are open questions about, well, just how strong are they at this point?
And we know where we've seen that a lot of the big issue at play here is a salary cap. Owners want it, players don't. Is there any way of splitting the baby?
Oh, there's always ways to play if they end up wanting to here. They look, last time the fight was not over a salary cap, although the owners proposed something that was similar at the start of negotiations. There are things you could do with revenue sharing that address competitive balance. The argument on the owner side for a salary cap is largely going to be around parity and making sure that teams like the Marlins, teams like the Rays have a better shot of competing with teams like the Dodgers and the Mets. There are large arguments around what is the state of parity in baseball today. Payroll doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win a World Series. It certainly helps your chances, certainly of at least making the playoffs. But salary cap also increases franchise value. There's a large economic component, and I think the economics are really larger than anything else involved here. They could do things with the luxury tax. There are ways to address these underlying issues of rich versus poor owners, the media rights situation in baseball, the luxury tax without a salary cap. And it's possible they end up there. The big open question is, do these owners decide, you know what, we need a firm cap, kind of no matter what it takes, and we're willing to wait out as long as it takes? Or is there, in an industry that's eclipsed $12 billion in annual revenue, too great a pull to just get on the field and play? Because the easiest way for everybody involved to make money is to just play the games. And the one thing I've learned covering the business of baseball is that everybody really likes to make money.
And when we look at the business and the economics and the media rights you talked about, there's been a push to kind of nationalize a lot more of the broadcast product. What could that mean for revenue sharing in this negotiation?
To be seen is how many more local games. The teams right now have maybe about 140 games that they broadcast locally. The maximum number of games that can be taken, by Fox or ESPN or NBC, these national broadcast partners during the season, is a little below 20. What Rob Manfred wants to do is increase that number. Whether how many more games he's able to take national is to be seen. The other thing he wants to do is have his office control those local rights, those 140 games that go to your local station, and have control over, okay, this inventory goes here, this inventory goes there. It's not for sure that he'll get that control because the teams control it. And so underlying all of this, besides owner versus player, particularly when it comes to the media side of the house, is owner versus owner. You have teams who have really valuable media rights, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the big market teams, and you have teams in smaller media markets that don't have as valuable media rights. And it's those teams in the smaller markets that are struggling, and the large market teams are going to sit there and go, well, why am I going to give up or share more of my revenue? What am I getting out of it? Which is where a salary cap becomes this interesting insertion into the conversation, because big markets and small markets can rally behind a salary cap, but it's historically the players who don't want a salary cap. So you've got this player versus owner drama, but you've also got the owner versus owner drama on the media rights side.
And when we look at Florida's MLB teams, the Rays and the Marlins, both lower payroll teams, one, at least recently, much more successful. Is there a different kind of onus with each team in how badly they're willing to push for a salary cap there?
Every team, every owner is in a different position. They all have certain amounts of debt. They all have different net worth. They all have, some of them are, most owners these days are groups of owners, but they have different stakes. And so the business interests ultimately differ. And what's complicating about it in baseball is that they need a 75% vote of the owners, meaning 23 owners of 30 need to agree on a new CBA. So the lead owner of each team, you need 23 of them. Well, that means that if 8 owners get together and say, you know what, we really want to cap, even if the other 22 are ready to go, in theory, that means that they can't ratify a deal unless they somehow change their constitution, which I think they couldn't do without a 75% vote anyway. So what owners end up feeling and how the owners coalesce or don't coalesce around the worthiness of missing games is the big question. And, you know, the working logic is players would fight a long time to keep out a salary cap. Owners might want to test that. It's been 30 years since the 94-95 strike. Maybe players cave sooner than people think they will. There's a lot of speculation that can be done here until we get to crunch time, until we really get to next spring. We're probably not going to have any answers about, well, how do people really feel? What are they really willing to do? And even if you miss 2 weeks, that doesn't mean you're willing to miss six weeks. Doesn't mean you're willing to miss half a season. So it's going to be a rolling adventure.
In The Athletic as well, you've also written about the potential for a presidential involvement in this negotiation. What could that look like?
The President Trump is at so many points, either via public comment or executive orders, tried to involve himself and, in fact, involved himself in sports. I think if there is a lockout in baseball that threatens regular season games, meaning this thing, you know, rolls into the spring and then into summer next year, it's certainly possible, if not likely, that he would try to involve himself, try to solve it, take a side, pressure both sides. You know, it's difficult to predict exactly what he would do, but such a high-profile event with America's national pastime, where he could be potentially regarded or want to be regarded as the deal maker who saved the game. It's one component of pressure that'll exist. And it's not unique. There are going to be sponsors. There are going to be fans. There are going to be media rights holders. The amount of groups of people who are going to potentially get very loud if there are canceled baseball games, it creates a whole other component to, are the owners and the players willing to go through with this?
And December 1st is when the current CBA expires. We saw last negotiations, I think it was within 10 minutes or so, the lockout was announced. Should we be expecting something similar on December 1st this year?
There's no reason to think anything different will happen. The moment that the current bargaining agreement expires, 11:59 p.m. Eastern on December 1st, so midnight entering December 2nd, as long as there is not a new deal, or, you know, potentially if they were somehow close to a new deal, the owners will lock out the players. They don't have to. There is not a legal requirement in federal law that says you have to start a lockout the second a CBA expires. The owners, Commissioner Manfred, look at it as the most practical, best option they have. The union naturally believes it is a pressure tactic that does not have to be deployed at that moment. Either way, the bottom line is I would expect a lockout starts December 2nd. The question is, how long does it last? You know, there will be an off-season lockout in baseball, most likely. Again, it's what happens in March. Do they reach a deal, or does the off-season lockout become a regular season lockout? Because you know, a lockout when you're not missing games, not as damaging as a lockout that costs you games.
What is your message to baseball fans based on the conversations you've had with teams, players, and officials?
I would recommend people to be patient and not get too riled up by what you're going to hear, because again, not nothing, but a lot doesn't matter until crunch time. Negotiations in all walks of life, often in labor, but in other areas too, wait until the last minute. There's a lot of money, billions of dollars on the line for these parties, not for fans. Unfortunately, the only way fans get involved in this is if they vote with their wallets. It's going to come down I would expect the last minute. Everybody will talk really tough, but you have to talk tough when you're in a heated labor negotiation. You got to say things like, we're willing to miss a lot of time. Whether or not they're really going to miss games or how many games are going to be missed is really hard to know in advance. And so it's going to be messy. It's going to be ugly. They are not fighting for your wallets. They are fighting for their wallets. But check back in the spring. That's when things will probably be most telling.
Evan Drellick, senior writer with The Athletic. What is the best way for fans to keep in touch with these negotiations and follow your reporting?
Yeah, subscribe to The Athletic, theathletic.com. I'm also on X and Blue Sky, just at my name, Evan Drellich, Drellich.
We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a live look right now in Suffern, New York, where we are awaiting the arrival of President Donald Trump, who is expected to speak there shortly. Again, we will have that live streaming for you on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. I heard just a little bit ago at this event from Congressman Mike Lawler, a Republican from New York, close ally of the president, running for re-election, obviously, as are all the members of the House of Representatives in the midterm elections coming up. And the president expected to speak at this rally. You also see the background there saying fighting for American workers. The president been selling some of the advantages of the tax bill, the one big beautiful bill as well. And so we expect to hear a lot on that coming up when the president arrives. We know that we just saw Marine One take off from the airport where Air Force One had landed. And so the president will be arriving there shortly. And again, we'll be live streaming that for you on our YouTube page. We are also celebrating today the 1-year anniversary of Epic Universe. Hard to believe, been open for 1 year. You see Stardust Racers there speeding right along on the track on this Friday afternoon. I want to let you know, Fox 35's Reina Nieves put together and hosted a special on the 1-year anniversary of Epic Universe, kind of how Universal pulled it off, first of all, in just a few short years, building that park up from scratch, essentially, and looking at several different aspects of it as we continue to move forward. So that special is going to be coming up next here on Fox Local Orlando. You'll also be able to stream it on demand later, and we'll have it streaming again a few times this weekend here on Fox Local Orlando, looking at speaking with the vice president and the executive vice president and general manager of Epic Universe, Jeff Polk, about how Universal kind of pulled this all off. Looking at the economic effect of Epic Universe to the Orlando area, to Central Florida, and then also diving into what might lie beyond the portals, some of the speculation and the rumors of what might be coming next with expansions and other things like that. So that's starting in just a couple of minutes right here on Fox Local. Well, thanks for joining us. We are out of time here on Florida Live today. Always appreciate you joining us for our live streaming news coverage. Again, that Epic Universe special is next right here on Fox Local Orlando, and on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page, we will have President Trump's remark when those begin. Have a great weekend, and thanks for joining us. I will see you next time here on Florida Live.
Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. We are commemorating 1 year of Epic Universe. The park opened May 22nd, 2025, so it's been open for a year, and people have been making memories, riding amazing rides, and doing what they love to do at the newest Universal park. So we are commemorating that with this special here, so glad you can tune in. We are starting off by looking back at what was once just a plot of land, just dirt. And I had the opportunity to speak with Jeff Polk. He is the executive vice president and general manager of Universal's Epic Universe. He was there from the park's inception and saw the almost 10-year process come to life. So take a listen here.
We're celebrating the 1 year anniversary of Epic Universe. Describe to me, well, you were there in the beginning. Describe to me what it was like seeing just a pile of dirt transform into blueprints and then what it is today.
Sure. So yeah, I've been with the company for, I'm in my 37th year now. So I've done a lot of the park projects here over many years. And to some degree, you always expect them to be kind of the same. Like you said, a lot of drawings, a lot of meetings, and then a lot of dirt moving around. And then you got to kind of get it through construction and get it open. But the best part about this project, and it's been now almost a 10-year journey, is that from the time we started to put ideas pen to paper to now, we actually, and it doesn't happen often this way, we actually executed the design almost as fully originally intended, meaning that we came up with some ideas and decided on kind of a strategy of how we wanted the park to operate, and then we designed and built it and have been operating it. And for the most part, we kept really true to the original intent, which is not always common. You go through a lot of things, and by the way, we had the pandemic right in the middle of construction, not to mention that. But in any case, I feel really proud of the executed product because it really came off with all the intents that we had from the original get-go.
Great. And you're not only a leader in this transformation of an amazing project, but you're also leading in sustainability. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it was a great opportunity for us and for the community, we thought, because we really want to be a good community partner on top of everything. So as we built the park, we looked at everything from how we could better the roadway infrastructure around us to not interfere with transportation by using our bus service and all those types of things. But we also felt very strongly that it was important that with a theme park, which is a large industrial complex in many ways, that we were really building it in the most sustainable way possible, including things like we don't really use paper plates or plastic utensils anywhere on purpose, because we don't want to be sending those things to the landfill. And we wanted to make sure we had water systems that are very thoughtful and monitored in a way that ensures that not only is the water quality good, but we're also not wasting water in unnecessary ways, and on in terms of building practices. So we are very proud of the efforts that we put forward and actually executed on in delivering a very, very highly sustainable and now ultimately LEED certified product.
Talk to me about how you're feeling. What kind of feedback are you getting from guests, and not only guests, but team members about this entire, you said almost 10-year process?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad you brought up team members too, because we really spent a lot of time focused on the team member experience here in Epic and as the whole park as a whole, because the thing that we know for sure is that the team members are happy in the workspace. They're going to really have a good time in the park and deliver the best experience for our guests. So we really spent a lot of time on that. It was a huge passion project of the entire teams. But in addition to that, on the guest side, the guests have been nothing but effusive with praise in terms of the product. They're really enjoying the intimacy of the product and the entire experience that's wrapped around them every time they walk into the park. All the little details that they can latch onto, live entertainment that's all the way around them, the food product, which is very unique in all instances, the retail product that's very unique in all instances. And I think we've just found this higher level of immersion than we've ever had before. We started this back with Universal Studios Florida in 1990 and Island of Adventure and the Wizarding Worlds of Harry Potter and Volcano Bay, but there's no doubt we have learned that the guests more and more want these very intimate, a personalized approach to theme park experience. And I think Epic has delivered on that on all fronts.
So we talk about there's obviously room for Epic to grow. What do you foresee for this next year of Epic Universe? All this success in 1 year, what do you foresee for the next year?
Sure. So, well, right now we're really focused on continuing to dial the product in and listening to the guests as they experience the product and making sure the experience we're giving them is the best it can possibly be. So for the moment, I'm very focused on what can we do within the park as it exists today. The resort as a whole, though, because the resort is growing and obviously Epic has been a lift to the entire business, but it is still one piece of a bigger experience, which has to do with providing a full week destination experience for our guests. 11,000 hotel rooms now and 4 theme parks. And we want to make sure that the entire experience really meets that expectation and can deliver on capacity. So next year, you're going to see Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift opening in Universal Studios Florida. That's a part of the overall process for the resort. So in terms of Epic, yes, we have lots of space and all that sort of stuff, but we plan to be here for many decades, if not longer, of course. And that gives us room to grow. But the bigger picture is about how can we deliver as a resort on the high demand that we're now seeing that's been brought about because of Epic.
Perfect. We're not only as fans, but people excited to see what the future of the parks holds. So specifically, I know pass holders are specifically anxious about wanting to see potentially Epic being added into the mix. What can you talk to me about in that aspect?
So I would just say that, annual pass holders are really among our most important and cherished guests and customers. But at the same time, we have been very, very cautious and steady about how we are introducing new ticket product, because the one thing we don't want to do is to put the park in a position where we can't deliver on the experience for all guests that are visiting. And as you know, we have lots of annual pass holders. So we have purposefully started with single day tickets back last year. We expanded to be multi-day, multi-park tickets. We'll continue to work towards expanding ticket product. And we already have some offers for annual pass holders out there, but we're going to continue to do that in a very measured way, because what we don't want to do, step too far too fast and then have the entire experience fall apart, right? We really want it to be very positive, really measured, and certainly want to make sure that we control it in such a way that the product gets its full due with every single guest that comes to the door. So yes, I can tell you we're working our way in that direction, just not quite there yet. I think my favorite aspect is being able to walk into almost any space in the park and find a guest that feels like they have found their own personal wow moment. Like they walk into a space and it's theirs, and they're the only ones that's ever noticed it or seen it, they think. And they have attached themselves to it in a very personal and emotional way. I see those all over the place, and it's just a joy to kind of walk in the park and watch the reactions as people see some of these things for the first time. When you're involved with a project for a long time, you don't get that moment where you get to see it yourself for the very first time because it evolves over time. But I think in many cases, just being able to go out there and watch that, one-to-one with our guests as they experience it is just an unmatched feeling over time.
Amazing to hear. And last question for you. Give me one word to describe the future of Epic Universe.
Epic? Is that the wrong word to use?
No, perfect word.
I always say we measure everything in terms of if it's epic or not. So if it's not epic, we're not doing it. That's kind of how we look at it.
Epic is a word that you're going to hear a lot during this special. There's so much more to get into, whether that's boom coasters, talking about building roller coasters in less than a 4-year time span, and talking about where the park goes from here after its successful 1 year, how it impacts tourists and the people of Central Florida alike. So there's so much more to get into in this special. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Dana Nieves, and we are commemorating 1 year of Epic Universe. Now, to think that the park's been open for 1 year is kind of crazy to think about, and where the park goes from here as well within the next year, 2 years, 10 years, 20 years. But before all that, everything was just an idea, and crazy ideas at that. So we are chatting about addressing ride safety behind all of these crazy and mind-blowing ideas that comes with building a park with lands and massive undertaking. So I had the opportunity to speak with Brian Avery. He is an amusement safety expert for a theme park, and we chatted about bringing these amazing ideas down to earth and down to realistic Florida safety standards. So take a listen here.
Let's get into the epic world that is Epic Universe. Talk to me about the gravity behind building such a huge world in 4 years.
Yeah, it's a massive undertaking to open a 750-ish acre park in about a 5-year period. It's like parallel universes that existed and collided in some capacity, arriving at the same place and time, and then providing a user-friendly experience that was operational ready. And in that period of time and place, it's a remarkable feat to do 5 different worlds in 50 different style attractions. I mean, you're not just opening one marquee ride at this juncture, you're opening a full ecosystem of attractions, themed environments, guest pathways, food service. You know, you've got your staffing plans you'd have to address. You got accessibility procedures, signage, maintenance. You know, how ready are you? What are your emergency procedures? To have all that being developed into a line simultaneously upon the park opening is an amazing feat. I mean, and to be operational ready at scale on day one just seems like an insurmountable task. So it's pretty epic that it was achieved.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about technology that's never been seen before in theme parks across the world, possibly.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously technology is remarkable this day and age, and it seems to be evolving at a pace that we just can't keep, let's say, pace with. And in that, to apply it in the manner they did at Epic Universe, in the scale and scope, if you will, is also remarkable. And it gives you a taste of where we're heading with rides, where we've been with rides, because we've got some crossover issues. I mean, you get the Monsters Unchained ride, which is essentially a dark ride, which is, you're an indoor type experience that you're traversing in some sort of ride compartment. And as you're traversing it, I mean, you're being exposed, you're experiencing different environments. And in that, now we're bringing in technology at levels we've not seen, interactions that have never been done. And it's really exciting and fulfilling to see these things come to fruition and be able to experience these types of rides in ways that have never been done before. So, and to do that at scale and across 750 acres, 50 different experiences, and doing so in about a 5-year period is remarkable. And I think there's no other way to look at that, because not only are you inventing new experiences and you're testing or pushing the limits of what the guest is going to experience or be exposed to, you also have to do so in the confines of what's feasible, what's, like, let's say, readily available, and when it comes to the technologies, what is fiscally responsible, and beyond that, what's safe.
Yeah, I mean, you segued into my next question perfectly. How do these amazing, like, never before seen ideas fit into maybe Florida standards of safety, and like, how do ideas translate into what's safe to Florida standards, and kind of like grounding those ideas? Talk to me about that process.
Yeah, so when people see these thrills, obviously it's a very exciting experience, but what goes on behind the scenes is pretty remarkable. The layers of engineering, the reviews, the operational controls, the development of guest screening processes to make these thrills a possibility for someone to experience. And then you have to align them with what those standards are. And the standards have been promulgated by organizations like ASTM, F24, which is an amusement ride and device standards writing body. And at the state level, those standards have been adopted. They're a regulatory arm, if you will, through the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. And in that space, they have an amusement rides bureau. Now, they're responsible for permitting amusement rides and devices in the state, a lot of which exist in the carnival or mobile amusement space. There are some exemptions for the larger parks, but by no means does that mean they're circumventing the responsibilities to adhere to the standards that have been promulgated and or adopted at the state level. They have a vested interest to ensure compliance with those standards. They're aware of those standards. They have their own standards groups within these major park outfits. They have their own safety teams, operational teams, training teams. So they understand and take the standards seriously, and their application of those standards and beyond, because not only are they adhering to the standards that you see often that have been promulgated by outside groups, they've created their own internal best practices, and they've applied those best practices at a level higher than what the basic standards are requiring. So with that, they take safety serious.
I'm Fox 35's Reina Nieves, and I'm sitting down with Phil Diamond, Orange County Comptroller, to discuss everything Epic Universe, where the park goes from here and how it affects tourists and residents alike.
Well, I think Epic's been huge. I think it's been huge for tourism. There's a lot of information out there. Some of it comes directly from Universal and its parent companies about just how successful Epic has been and how successful the Orlando area has been for Universal and their companies. And I think you can tell from that Epic is really making a difference for them.
And when we see tourists come into Orlando and Central Florida, is it specifically Epic, or do you see them staying for retail, for food, for entertainment, not solely just theme parks?
Oh, I think it's all the above. I think with a lot of people, I think there were a lot of people that are theme park fans that may have been waiting for Epic to open, and then once it opened, they may have decided we're having a great time here, or maybe we'll spend 3 or 4 days at Epic and Universal or the theme parks, and then let's maybe spend a little bit of time at the beach, or maybe at some of the parks and wildlife attractions that there are around here, art attractions. So I think Epic is probably doing a nice job of getting people to come here. And I think once they come here, there's really a lot to do.
Mm-hmm. And as far as the labor market before and after Epic, do you see a shift in getting jobs, people getting jobs in the labor market in general in Orlando?
Well, I think Epic, I forget the numbers, but I know they were starting from zero. Mm-hmm. And when you start from zero, you're going to be hiring a lot of people. And I think that's something that's going to require a lot of people to come work with them. Well, I think anytime there's a new attraction, it's going to draw people, because I think there are some people that, and it's like a lot of things. I think you get to a point where people have been to the theme parks, but maybe what's going to bring them back is the chance to try something new, to go to a different park. I think a lot of people like to do that. I think there are a lot of people that want to be the first, or maybe some of the first people to go there. Mm-hmm. And that's what's going to make them want to come to Orlando this year. Mm-hmm. I remember saying, I think there were probably some people that were holding off because they might have said, instead of going to Orlando this year, why don't we wait a year and we get to see something new, something different, something we haven't seen before, and they may have held off. And I think a lot of those people may have decided to come to Orlando this year. And when you look at the tourist numbers, they've been really good this year, and it's really coincided with Epic. We've had, I think, 10 straight months of record collections. We've had, last year in total was a record year. We generated, I think, $384 million of tourist tax revenue this year. If we keep this up at this pace, we're going to generate $400 million.
There's so much ripple effect of the product that Epic Universe has created, not only with people flocking through our streets, but people staying and enjoying entertainment, enjoying food, and enjoying everything else that Orlando has to offer. So the future looks bright for the theme park. Speaking of the future of the theme park, we are going to talk about what lies beyond the portals, whether that's maybe new characters coming or future expansions. We're going to chat about that and so much more after the break, so stick around during this special.
Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Rena Nieves, and we are bringing you a Epic Universe special. We are commemorating 1 year of the Universal theme park. So we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present, but now we're going to talk about the future and what lies beyond the portals. Now, there's so much to get into with this because we've seen construction projects being filed. We've seen rumors of possible IPs coming to the parks and some new fun experiences that you can see with the parks when you're opening. So I had the opportunity to talk with Darren White. He is the lead publisher of EYNTK.info. We were able to address some of the rumors that could come to the new theme park and possible expansions for the future.
Well, I think they've done a truly incredible job. When it comes to building a new theme park anywhere, it's a huge undertaking. But when you build it in the theme park capital of the world, you have to make a statement. And I think that Universal Epic Universe has done that in the past year. And they've built a really strong base. We'll have to see what happens in the next 5 and 10 years about how they're going to modify the park, add in new attractions and things like that. But from what we've seen in the first year, they have really, really impressed people. And I think they've pulled some fans from some of the other parks to go and finally try out Universal if they've never done that before.
Super exciting stuff. So to celebrate the park's anniversary, they are featuring Captain Cacao, ready to meet guests. What do you think of this?
I think that is a wonderful one-year anniversary, and I'm wondering if we might get a few more details this summer about what they're going to do. But Captain Cacao is this original character that was built for Celestial Park, one of the lands inside of Epic Universe. And his merchandise sold so well that during the team member previews, they actually bought all the merchandise before the park could even open. Universal had to rush to get out some additional merchandise, and he's been a fan favorite ever since. I mean, this is an original, adorable character who not only is part of the lands, but just kind of continues to expand what Universal has as their original character lineup. So now that he's going to be meeting guests inside of the park, I just think, I mean, it's a teddy bear that you can meet that is all themed to candy and chocolate. I don't think you can lose in that aspect.
Well, we're going to get down into some fan speculation, maybe some myths, and maybe some things that possibly could come within the next couple years of Epic Universe. So the biggest fan theories online are possibly a Zelda expansion. Wicked is another big one, Wizard of Oz, and Harry Potter. Now, there is evidence of Zelda being canon at Epic Universe. So talk to me about that one first.
Yeah, the ones you mentioned are definitely some of the top rumors that I've heard again and again and again. I mean, like you said, Zelda is already inside of Celestial Park at the Nintendo store. There is no hiding that those characters and those designs are in there. So I definitely think that Universal wants to bring Zelda to their parks somehow. There's been rumors that maybe it goes to Epic Universe, maybe it goes to Islands of Adventure, maybe the plans got changed up from the time that they built that. But, I mean, the fact that you can go into that store and every single character represented in there has a ride or a meet and greet except Zelda, it seems pretty obvious that that's something that they definitely want to push into and maybe do very, very soon. When we look at some of the others like Wizard of Oz, that was such a big experience for Universal. When we look at all of the Wicked movies that recently came out and how that kind of took the world by storm, maybe that's not something that'll be opening at Epic Universe. Maybe that puts itself inside of Celestial Park. Maybe it's a smaller experience, but that was definitely something Universal was pushing for a while, enough that they even had that temporary store that was installed at Universal Studios Florida. I think there's a lot of rumors, and I think that there's even room to expand in all of the existing parks. People have been asking for maybe an indoor dark ride for How to Train Your Dragon Isle of Berk. Maybe add another thrill attraction when it comes to the Dark Universe area, and then basically whatever they'll give us for Nintendo. Fans love Nintendo. So I think that anything that they build is going to have a ton of fandom.
Okay, Darren, I'm going to ask you, what do you want to see at Epic Universe next?
One of the rumors that I've heard, and I really hope it's true, I love the Creature from the Black Lagoon. And there was a rumor because Universal used to have the Jaws attraction, which was replaced by Diagon Alley at Universal Studios Florida. Huge ride. You got on a boat, you were attacked by the Jaws creature, right? There has been a rumor that they want to bring back a version of that, but instead you're going to be attacked by the Creature from the Black Lagoon, and that would be the back half of Dark Universe. I love that character. I love the idea. Is it actually going to happen? I don't know. But of the rumors I've heard, that is the one that I think would get me really excited. I already love Dark Universe. I think it's an amazing land inside of the park, and I really appreciate that they committed to doing something that not a lot of theme parks will do, which is be scary. So if they can continue with that and move forward in that, I would be a big fan. But really, I've already been to Epic Universe over 20 times. I'm already sold in as a fan, so whatever they do, I'll probably be back.
That Creature of the Black Lagoon coaster sounds so intriguing, and as someone who wasn't around during the Jaws days and during the Jaws coaster era, it sounds like something I would love to ride. Though time will only tell what is to come next to the park. We are going to wrap up here on our Epic Universe celebration special. But you can watch all my interviews in full length on Fox 35 News Plus and on the Fox website. So we are going to wrap up here. More Fox 35 News Plus is on the way. I'm Rena Nieves. Thanks for watching.